So morning, we'll start this off. I'll introduce for those who haven't met, this is Grant Smith from Traffic Design Group, who's been doing all the work on this. As you're aware, obviously we've had 145 submissions on this, so it's very topical. We probably had the bulk of the 90 people who came to the hearings talk to something on this. So what we've got is we've got a short presentation to start with, just reminding us of the background, the objectives that we were trying to achieve. And then Grant's going to stick to, he's got some traffic models to show you, but also to stick to just the facts of the process that he went through to get to where he's at. Obviously Grant has heard and seen the hearings as well on the website, particularly the ones that we indicated for him to have a look at. So we'll leave it to you, Grant, to work your way through. And obviously happy to take questions all the way through, and I'm sure we're going to get plenty.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Yes, an interesting look at these submissions when they came through. A scintillating morning's watching. Some of them were very good, and obviously some weren't, but at least the people were thinking and talking and offering suggestions, and we have taken on board 2 or 3 that have been that have come up during the submissions. Just want to go through today a very cut down version of some of the presentations that you saw last year. We'll just cover off the project objectives of the Northern Access study, have another look at the SISP just to remind ourselves what that was trying to do, get into a bit of a debate on signals against roundabouts, which I suspect is where you really want to be today. Look at the intersection options that we've got for the half-dozen intersections, and look at the recommendations that we have made around each of them and the reasons for those recommendations. The objectives of the Northern Access study were to really get a handle on the access from the CBD to the north. That involves the traffic movements through and around the CBD and on Spa Road, and to confirm the traffic patterns that were expected as an outcome of the changes for the SISP. If we look at the SISP first, that had the view of downgrading the function of Tongariro Street, and was only possible as a result of the state highway function being taken out through the ETA. It's a superb opportunity to bring the marina, the green area and the CBD together as a whole. It's not my task to think about how that could work from an aesthetic and urban design point of view. It is my task to have a look at the way in which the traffic would move. And the SISP looked at about 3 different functions. Firstly, an acknowledgement that there probably would need to be another crossing of the river. Secondly, we'd need to continue Spa Road as a strong arterial out to the northeast. And then the third was to provide an alternative access to Tongariro Street so that its function could be downgraded. And the dark black lines that you can see on that diagram are a result, or are the key elements that the SISP was trying to do. So let's get into a discussion on signals and roundabouts. Roundabouts simplify the conflicts as opposed to a priority intersection. Generally safer for vehicles. They're good where there's a high proportion of right turns so that you get traffic going across and then having right of way as they make the turn. It does enable continuous flow. You've got islands for planting, and they're relatively cheap to maintain. Where roundabouts are not good is they really only work where the flow on each leg is approximately equal. If you get unequal flows, then the low volume legs tend to get pretty high delays. They're not pedestrian or cycle friendly, or for motorcycles for that matter, and they do need space. And space is one thing which we don't have a lot of in the streets of Taupo. Looking at roundabout design, New Zealand uses the Austroad standards, but Austroads, that's Australia and New Zealand is a part of that, the US and the UK all have pretty much similar standards. They have a minimum 30-metre inscribed circle. That is the area in which the traffic can move in. All of the standards prefer 38 metres for the arterial roads, but the 30 metre is very similar to the Tongariro Spa and the Ruapehu roundabouts, so that just gives you a feel for size. 38 metres, you're taking over all, if you think about the Ruapehu roundabouts, you'd be taking over all of the footpath space on each side, so it'd be building to building, would be a 38 metre. Looking at signals, signals can completely remove conflicts. If you have every turn or movement on a different phase. They're significantly safer for pedestrians and cyclists because they can have their own turn at the green. Very much preferred if there's high pedestrian activity, and incidentally in the UK now, if a local authority is suggesting a roundabout, then there has to be a full pedestrian and cycle safety audit done prior to the designs being accepted. Signals are preferred for freight routes. Truckies hate roundabouts. They're very much the best treatment for high volume sites. Roundabouts will only go so far, and if we're constrained to 30-metre roundabouts, then we're constrained to single circulating lanes, which means we have a capacity limit, which is not going to be able to be improved by extending the roundabout. It would have to be a conversion into signals at that point. Signals also create platoons, create gaps, and that gives you a chance for the non-signalised priority intersection traffic to get into the mainstream. And they are designed to equalise delays. Against them, they're not aesthetic. Yellow and black poles in the middle of the road is not necessarily a good look. They have ongoing maintenance costs, and even in off-peak periods, most traffic will get some delay. No comment?
We're waiting.
Well, through the chair, I was just going to say, we mentioned in the UK they are putting roundabouts as a general principle, because you made a very good point about considering safety of cyclists and pedestrians. Are they, with a policy around that, obviously a strategy around that, would that include having traffic light signals as well at near or close to roundabouts, for example? In addition,
yeah, let's answer that slightly differently. The Brits used to, the Brits, I think, tended to go for signals rather than roundabouts, although they do have a lot. Now, if you, or was it the other way around? Other way around. They went for roundabouts. Now they're saying this may not be the best idea. If you want to put a new roundabout in, rather than signals, you've got to be able to justify that it's going to be safe. Whereas the Americans put in lots and lots of signals, but they are fixed time signals. They're not vehicle actuated like we have here. They're essentially dumb, and so they're now tending to start putting in roundabouts. So,
Yes.
One of our submitters talked about compact roundabouts, compact urban roundabouts, and
yeah,
you didn't mention that.
They're very good for compact urban area, suburban areas. They're a residential treatment rather than, we're on an arterial road, and the standard for the arterial road, as we've said, is a 38 metre circle. If you have a little roundabout on the arterial road, the roundabout doesn't function in the way that it should. The traffic tends to go straight through without slowing down and diverting. So the whole concept of a roundabout is that you slow the traffic, you make it divert from its line, and then come back onto it. And so that diversion or deviation forces traffic to slow down.
Norman Smith Street area, is there enough room for one?
Yes, there is, I think. Yeah. Mm.
Just on that, Grant, I was in Hastings earlier this year, and I noticed they, in their commercial area, have quite a few smaller roundabouts. They're certainly not that size, and they are working well.
That's in a very slow, that's almost in a 30k area, isn't it? Or it could be 30k.
The difference is that what we're talking about here is the arterial, as Grant says, so that those roads serve a different function to what this pure CBD roads do, which either pure CBD or your residential stuff can be the smaller roundabouts. For arterial roads, at least, as Grant said, needs to be the bigger ones. Something that you need to keep in mind on here is that don't think about, particularly Te Raupanga Street, don't think about the road as it currently functions, and that this is all predicated on the fact that becomes the arterial. So if you're going north to south, post these changes, you don't go down Lake Terrace Tongariro Street, you divert up Te Raupanga. So the traffic volumes will increase significantly. So therefore,
they almost double.
Won't work, they need to be the bigger roundabouts.
What about on the corner of, say, Ruapehu and Spa Road?
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
So what I'm going to have a look at now are the
My top.
So we'll have a look in more detail at the 7 or 8 or so intersections that are going to be key. And we'll start with Norman Smith. You know the problems that we've got here. You've seen them for yourselves. We've captured them on video. We've sat out on the road and watched them, and we've heard from the residents, in particular ones that live at Acacia Bay. We've got 3 main options for Norman Smith. The first is a roundabout with 2 or 3 different layouts to it. That's showing a 38 metre roundabout with a southbound pass lane. It doesn't quite fit within the road reserve. Dennis, did you work out where the road reserve was there?
Yeah, the road reserve
Is the red line?
is the red line.
Okay, so that one would have to go outside of the road reserve, and whether that's even feasible, would be talking to Mercury, I presume, is the landowner there. If we have a look at I've got a video here of the way in which a single lane or 30 metre roundabout would work, and this is where we just have to play for a minute. So in effect, a single lane roundabout there gives Norman Smith Street priority.
So what's the green stuff telling us?
That's where a queue is forming, and then as the delay goes up, as the green goes to orange, the delays are getting much higher. And it does go back quite a way. So the second option there was signals, and if we have a look at the video on that. So with signals there are still delays, obviously, because signals will delay traffic, all traffic at some point. This one is morning peak, the morning peak period, at the same time when the intersection was blowing up on the videos that we saw last year.
Just a question, Alan. Can you have sophisticated signals where they can be switched on and off as required, depending on times of day?
We aren't able to black out signals with current regulations.
So they have to be on all the time.
Through the chair. In the event of a roundabout going there, obviously Gareth mentioned there's unintended consequences of traffic build up on Wairiki Drive. It may still not necessarily solve the problem more, because people do go up Poipi Road and come down the hill instead of coming down Norman Smith's. So obviously still the same volume of traffic. Would that make any difference to the equality of the? Yeah. Would that make any difference to the balance of the traffic movements, or would it still just creating more problems on Norman Smith Street?
Well, with the signals, we're able to give a right turn down at Norman Smith. If I read your question correctly, you'll notice there that a little bit of detail. We've got a pedestrian crossing on the northern approach. We've got 2 through lanes coming down, but also a right turn lane. So 2 through lanes, a through lane and then a through and a right, which allows the right turn that is currently having to occur at Poihipi to occur down here. There's not a lot of vehicles, it's something in the order of 70 to 100 vehicles an hour making that turn.
John's question was, though, I think the fact that at the moment people like me don't go to Norman Smith if we know we go to the top.
Oh, and then turn right.
And then turn right. So you've got more traffic coming down the hill at the moment than you would if that was a different area.
So, Grant,
yeah, because I go through it.
so Grant, the one that you showed, the roundabout, was only a 30-metre roundabout?
Yeah.
What
that was a 68. That was a 38-metre roundabout. With a slip lane. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry. No, the heat map was a 30-metre single lane roundabout.
Have you got a heat map of the larger island?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I've got one with the larger island, but without the slip lane.
Does it make?
No, that does work. It has the. It does give the through traffic priority. That gets through. The turning traffic gets through, and then they have to merge at the bottom. But it's a slightly more efficient merge than we're getting at the moment.
Okay.
Because they're travelling faster.
So did it hold up the traffic less on Wairiki Drive?
Just go back to the roundabout. So with the roundabout, as long as the control gates bridge are there and you've got one lane over the control gates bridge, it doesn't matter whether you've got a slip lane beside the roundabout or you've got 2 lanes through the roundabout, they're still going to have to merge when they get below the roundabout. So that becomes the block. Yeah. And that's not going to get any better than what it is now, because although you're enabling the right turn out of Norman Smith Street, the flow is such that then they've got to merge control gate side of the the roundabout, and
But-
that's not going to change.
But don't that happen with the traffic lights?
With the traffic lights, it wouldn't, because you're actually creating the phasing, so that you're creating gaps.
Okay.
Yes.
The phasing, yeah.
So Norman
yeah.
Smith during the off-peak times would get very only a nominal green,
Yeah.
and it would be vehicle actuated anyway.
Yeah.
So if there's no demand there, it just won't, the lights won't change. You-
Through the chair, oh, sorry. Just one more comment. I don't want to go down the track of the cost analysis, one against the other, but what the challenges of putting a roundabout of that intersection being on the hill. I mean, for example, obviously we're going through traffic bylaw to control the speed coming down the hill. These sort of factors come into it. Obviously, there would be a lot extra cost having a roundabout on the hill, or would you have to?
The big roundabout there is 2 to 3 times more expensive than signals, and a small roundabout doesn't work. So that's the trade-off on that particular intersection. On the other ones, there's not a lot of difference between signals and roundabouts. So.
Just another question. One of the submitters mentioned if there was a roundabout there, that there could be an entry into Gates Park from that roundabout rather than the bottom, which also holds traffic up. Have you looked at that?
I think he also suggested that we could put an entry to the park from signals as well.
Possibly. Either way.
Yeah.
But has that been looked at?
No.
Because that would you know how you're saying there's a bit of a block down by the bridge. Would that alleviate that a bit with people stopping and turning in there? And
In the morning peak, I didn't see a lot of people going into there.
they do walk their dog. Anyway,
Yeah.
just a thought, because I think that's worthy
That's.
of looking at.
I think when we get into the detailed design of the intersection, and that's those sorts of things, pedestrians, cyclists,
Yeah.
amenity comes in it.
Through the chair, just one more question. Sorry. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here, but obviously with the if in the event of closing the because I come down the hill like most of us several times a day in the evening, and certain time, various times a day, with the countdown exit, if that's changed, that certainly to me when I come over the bridge pretty much stop. Peak hours, it's not necessarily coming down the hill over the bridge, but so that would affect the flow of traffic at that roundabout, or traffic lights anyway, wouldn't it? If that was, I don't expect you to answer that. I'm just saying, just asking a question.
There's something odd happening between the bridge and the roundabout, and I think it's because most of the traffic is local. They know it, and they are expecting to be delayed at the top. And that was something which we noticed on the first videos that we took. As the traffic was accelerating away from the merge, it didn't. It just kept on sort of quietly trundling along, because the locals know that they're not going to be they're going to be stopped a bit later on anyway, so there's no point. At least that was the only explanation we could come up with.
And they have the option now to go in the right-hand lane.
Yes. Anecdotally, I'm told that people think that the remarking that we've done is actually working.
It's helping. Yeah,
Good.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh, another question?
Yes.
Sorry, you can't see me because of the screen. I just want to get this right. So if we're looking at in the future, redoing Story Place, you know, if that's part of the master planning, and then potentially more traffic going down there. If they come up Redoubt Street, you can only turn left. Is that right? Yep. So then if you realise, oh, I wanted to go to town and now I can only go left, what do you do then? Like if there was a roundabout, you could go round the roundabout and come back. But if there's lights, where are we expecting people to try and do a U-turn to come back to town? And if we're trying to put more people through that, you know, to open up our waterfront, or, you know, if they come out Redoubt and then go down there and go, oh, I want to go to town, now what do I do? There's no... But if they're visitors and don't know.
Just carrying on from the master plan process, and eventually there's going to be a second bridge. Is that where we're heading eventually? Yeah. So, but if we're going to get the second bridge, when you're looking at roundabouts and traffic lights now, do you keep in mind what the traffic's going to be doing? And maybe they have to go a bit slower at the moment, but when the second bridge comes, the traffic lights or the roundabout, whichever, would be a better option. So do you spend the money now doing the option that isn't the better option when you've got the second bridge, if you get my drift?
We're all asking those questions, really.
So we've pretty much talked through those conclusions. So let's move then on to almost every time we were looking at something, we're coming back to the bridge. Where should it be, and how should it link? And we've really only got three options. We can take a bridge through to Opepi Street. Although that was the design that was being thought about in the 2005, 6, 7 period, that was being designed as a state highway. It was a big structure, it was expensive, it was over $40 million at that time, and that was over 10 years ago. But the concept of getting up to Opepi Street is still a good one. The second option considered by the SISP was to go through into Nukahouse Street. That's sort of picking up, it's the shortest path up the hill, which means it's the steepest grade. And then the third one was the one which we were suggesting through the access study, which was the cheapest, appeared to be the cheapest, and that was to put a new bridge alongside the existing one and then come up with 4-lane Waireki Drive. The work that we've been doing leading up to today and playing around with Spa Road and the signals and roundabouts and Te Reo Pānga and Tongariro is leading me to the thought that Spa Road is not going to be able to take all of the traffic once we scale back Tongariro and we get a bit more growth. So any option that will get us along to the east and then onto Te Reo Pānga Street earlier needs to be considered, and all of that should happen as part of the feasibility study work which is being considered for the next financial year. I don't have at the moment a clear preference for any one of those three, except that it would be good to get towards Opepe Street if we can sort out the grade problem. And one of the things which Paul Hanson suggested, although he wasn't quite right, his concept of trying to get a lane away from Wairiki Drive and up the hill and up onto Nukahau or the other one was actually right. He was wrong on quite a lot of other things, but that one I think he was thinking along the right lines.
Through the chair. Oh, just Grant will remember well, and Barry will too. Back in night, there was two main reasons the Opepe bridge option wasn't pursued. Was like strong submissions from the community with the local churches and the primary schools. Plus, they had the council, and there wasn't a time to make a decision support the funding for the ETA model as opposed to the new bridge. So that's back in 1993. So as you know, it's a long, be further back now, back to the 70s. I know that you've been involved in it. So
well, we had another couple of options across the river anyway, up there. But we were very, very fortunate to get the ETA.
So to be clear, if we re-looked at the bridge option, it's no funding, or is there any funding?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, the reason it was taken out is that NZTA were not going to fund two bridges. So you've now moved along such that the highway has been taken off. We've now got demonstrating the need for another crossing, but it is a local road crossing, so to my mind it falls into the same category as any other road within the district that isn't a state highway. So I think that negotiation with NZTA can be opened up quite easily.
Right.
They'll argue, but
Okay, so what are our thoughts?
right.
Said conclusions.
Right, Tongariro Spa, talked about that. We've remarked it. That intersection, I think, should just be a Tongariro teed onto the main road later on, because Tongariro will simply be a local street, or should be. So let's have a look at Spa Road. At Spa Ruapehu, and a 30 metre and a 38 metre circle. 38 just doesn't fit. So we're back to the 30. That's a 19, the swept path that you've got there is a 19 metre truck, which is the minimum vehicle size that we have to design for. We're still going to be able to get trucks through the city. The ETA doesn't take all of it. Sorry, through the town. ETA doesn't take all of them. And that's how signals will look. Now we've got an issue, I think, coming up with Omahu Street. Oranui, sorry. In that we've got the right turn on the eastbound approach is actually the bit of lane that we need for the right turn going to Oranui Street. So there needs to be a little bit more work done there, and it's one thought was whether we could swing Ruapehu Street round to the west a wee bit. While that looks feasible on the land there, Dennis suggests that underneath the ground there might be the odd problem that we don't know about. Another option would be to have tandem signals working together off a single controller. So we have another set of signals to the west of Oranui Street, signal heads, so that could all work. Then the Te Rewapanga Spa intersection, very much the same. The 38-metre roundabout is just too big, without taking land and affecting buildings and all that sort of thing. The 30-metre fits and the trucks are able to turn. Potentially that roundabout could move a little bit to the east, but not a lot, because we still need the footpath on the southwest corner. And then signals, same place. That intersection is, the two roads are offset, but they're not so far offset that a single set of signals couldn't work.
Wood or wouldn't?
Sorry?
Did you say would work?
Would work, yes. So let's have a look at how they work. So we've got roundabouts there and there. So we're still getting delays, but they're not the big delays that we were getting with that we're getting today. There are odd parts of congestion. We've got this lot in here now, which is very slow moving. So the roundabouts are not creating the gaps that we were looking for. So the roads which are not controlled, the intersections that aren't controlled, are in very much the same position that they are now. The roundabouts are working as they're supposed to. They're free flow. But if we then go back and have a look at the signals at the two intersections.
So in particular, the feeder roads, onto Spa Road.
They're working. We've still got the issue down at the Spa Tongariro roundabout, but that's similar to what we've got now. That's not going to change. Oh, this is evening peak, around about 5:15. So the Norman Smith stuff we were showing was the morning peak. The evening peak's not a problem there. Spa Road is largely an evening peak problem. Ah, now yes, the last video. Oh, Akaroa. Now, this is a video where if we close the access, the countdown access to Tongariro Street, and I'll say before we start that it doesn't feel right to me, but my modelers tell me that that's what we're getting. So let's have a look. And that's with the signals. And so I don't understand that. roundabouts would be much worse than that. Yeah. The thing about Countdown is that we obviously have to talk to them. They are in the process of thinking about an expansion, and depending on how big that expansion is and how they do it, anything that we're doing now is probably a little premature. So I think the issue of the Countdown access, yes, we could close it now, and with the signals I think it would work. If we closed it now without the signals, I don't think it will. If we close it now with the roundabouts, it wouldn't work. If we close it now and Countdown go to double their size, even with signals, it may not work. So but depending on what we do with the bridge, we might be able to. So that's what I was saying before. A lot of the decisions that we make now are going to be tied back to where is the bridge going to be and how is it going to operate, and what do we need, or what should we be doing now before that happens, or do we just suck it up and wait and try and bring the bridge forward? Yes, I think so. Right. Yeah, this is like so our recommendation for Spa Road is signals at Ruapehu and Te Raupanga. It gets the right turns working at those intersections. It gives us gaps for the non-controlled intersections. Very, very much better for the pedestrians and cyclists, and there is provision for growth in that. And I'm not sure on the Countdown access, which is why I've highlighted that. If you are minded to put in roundabouts, or to go for the roundabout option on Ruapehu, then I would strongly suggest that a safety study is done for pedestrians and cyclists. They have not been looked at in any detail in the work that we've done.
Or you could simply put a pedestrian crossing in across Spa Road at some point.
Yes, but that would then need to be mid-block, because you can't, it's not good to have signals on a roundabout. And as soon as you do that, then we're taking out 20 or 30 seconds each time the pet cycle is called. Yes, exactly.
At the bottom of Spa Road, just down from Countdown, at the moment there's that, it's not a pedestrian, is it? It's just a traffic calming island?
Yes, it's a refuge.
How would that be if that was turned into a pedestrian crossing? How would that... So is that a possibility? I mean, I think a lot of people stop for people there anyway, so...
Well, they know they're going to stop for the queue, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be a logical place for a crossing?
That's for the shopping part. It's not for the schools, and it was the school pedestrian and cyclist traffic that I was more thinking about that comment before. So Te Raupanga, again, the 30-metre roundabout will fit, the 38-metre doesn't. Signals fit quite nicely. We've got showing full cycle lanes and pedestrian crossings. Go down to Huhu, exactly the same. The 30 metre works within the road reserve, the 38 metre doesn't. And again, signals are about the same. So we have a look at the roundabouts. Why is she giving me that one? Okay. No, I've got the wrong videos here. We'll go back to those later on. They if we just I will find them. It's probably better. Yeah, I haven't looked at them. So that's the signals on Te Raupanga. Oh, yeah, I know. That's also with Tongariro Street traffic. There you go. Right, now she's finally got there. Okay, so again we've got traffic delayed because of the signals. And then the other phase goes. Yes, there's small queues, but there's not. It's the sort of thing that you would expect from signals, and that's with Tongariro closed. So all of the traffic from Tongariro Street we've put across onto Te Raupanga. Okay, so the roundabout options are working. With perhaps a little bit less delay than signals. Once we get Tongariro Street across there, then it's not bad. But then you'd only do the Te Raupanga intersections as part of the Tongariro Street movement anyway.
But you'd have to deal with the pedestrians another way, cyclists from the school.
Yes. So we've recommended signals at Tamamuta and Huhu because of the flows and the higher volumes. The videos are suggesting that it works all right. So if you are minded to go for, I mean, I can't get excited either way about signals or roundabouts on Te Raupanga. We just know that we have to do something once we shift the Tongariro traffic. There is the issue of safety for the children. I think if we were to go for a roundabout, we'd need a mid-block pedestrian signal, which would be green for most of the time, but would be activated if the children were crossing. And if they were in a controlled, so the care crossing type thing, then I think that would be fine. sit on the back burner for a little while until we work out what's going on with the bridge and see how Spa Road operates.
So back to roundabouts and pedestrian crossings. They still can work together if they're set back from the roundabout.
Mid block. Again, conventional wisdom amongst the designers is that you don't mix roundabouts and signals. So you don't have one intersection signalised and the next one a roundabout and the next one signalised. Try and keep the treatment along a corridor consistent.
Right. That wasn't too painful.
So, through the chair, just reminding councillors that in the 10-year plan, year one, you've got 100,000 identified for investigating the bridge site option. Year one was also when we had the a signalised intersection at Norman Smith Street, and then out in year 4 and 5 was Spa Road, and priority changes for Te Raupanga in year 3 and 4.
One question. Sorry, I know there's no decision on the bridge or where or how, but would it be likely that the access onto the bridge, wherever that may be, would be from that either roundabout or intersection at Norman Smith Street? Would come off that?
No,
Not necessarily?
no,
Okay.
I don't think so. I think you come down and then try and get up the embankment.
Okay, without before you hit the intersection, or is that what you meant?
No, after the bridge. I still
After
think,
the intersection.
yeah, I still think it's a low-level bridge, reasonably close to the existing ones. But our problem at the moment is we don't know enough. We don't know where the showstoppers are. Does Mercury Energy say, no, you can't go anywhere near that existing bridge, you've got to be 20 metres away from it? Did Tuwharetoa say, well, no, we're not going to let you have another crossing over the river, it's our river? We don't know.
So one of the submitters did have a lane coming off that roundabout, sweeping up round onto Opipi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the alignment that essentially we had in 2006 with the big bridge.
Yeah.
And that requires a structure.
Yeah. But I guess we need to revisit.
All of those have to be looked at, and we'll need to get a range of costs on them, but I think you'll find that anything with a structure is going to be multi-tens of millions. Anything which we can do low and use the ground is going to be low tens of millions.
So, comments, questions, statements?
And yeah, through the chair, I sort of think we need to put the brakes on all of this and perhaps look at our transport strategy and do the pedestrian cycling work and all of that. I just, I mean, do we seriously, if you go to Auckland, we don't have a huge traffic problem here, and I just, how can we do this, like, you know, do strategic stuff if we don't have a strategy in place? And I just think that we need to look at roads as carriers of people regardless of their modes of transport. So yeah, I'd quite like to just slow this whole thing down, and I think we need to do much more work. I don't feel like I have enough information to make informed decisions on this.
Yeah. I'll give my thoughts as well too. For me, this is not really a discussion about whether signals or roundabouts are the best options for those intersection-specific things. I think it's about actually making the right decisions for our community and about how we move around this district, and that's for all road users. So I'm very much of the leaning of what Anna is talking about. I think it's about doing it once and doing it right and getting all our ducks in a row. There's an old quote from Einstein, and I quoted it the other day actually. You've got an hour to sort out a problem, you spend 50 minutes sorting out what that problem is and then the 10 minutes with a solution. I feel we've very much gone to the solution, And I think this is our opportunity to do it once and do it right. And I'd like us to relook at how we're going to do that and start again with the transportation strategy. With a sense of urgency, though, we know that this is something we desperately need to do. It's very important for our town. And yeah.
Further add to that, I also think that it is really presumptuous of us not to have had initial discussions with iwi. Well, I don't know, it certainly hasn't happened governance to governance or anything, but are we right in saying, oh, we'll just put money in for a bridge in year 10 or whatever without even like taking Tū Whare Tau with us on the journey? Like I just don't know if this is right. Like, and that's why I think if we do some more work around it first, it might be a bit more clear, because I mean, we don't know what we don't know. So,
I mean, listening to Grant's presentation this morning, he talked about showstoppers. For me, one of the showstoppers is what we're going to do with the bridge, because ultimately that affects everything else around it, and the connectivity and the SIPS plan and everything else. So I think we need to be clear on what we're going to do there first.
Yes, through the chair, I certainly would support, obviously, with respect, there's a lot of work and study going into trying to sort a solution, so we can't forget that. So I think we need to sort of be careful with those sort of comments. But I do agree, going forward with the new bridge, it's been on the books for so long now, and it boils down to cost, different governments coming in, going, and I think that's going to be a big determination on with the projected growth, and as Councillor Park mentions, with the the transportation strategy going forward, cycling and that sort of thing. I think we should probably look at the bigger picture. I think maybe we should be just putting it back, deferring it. I mean, obviously it's not about the arguments to me about roundabouts and traffic lights. It's just about the bigger picture and implications of what the bridge will do if with the current information and perhaps projections of growth, etc., with traffic flows, etc.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm of a similar thought to my fellow councillors around that. I don't know enough about this. I mean, we've heard many submissions on it. There's a lot of talk out in the community. I know we're compelled to do something, but like Anna said, we don't even have an overall strategy yet. So is this right, wrong, or indifferent? The other thing too is, and I know this has been talked about before, about this plan about the second bridge or whatever being sort of in there previously, but I can only see and react to what I'm aware of and what I've been informed of. But I think it's also like, as a council, we would have to take a position of preparing ourselves for that extensively, because if we went with a second bridge option, and I'm not saying yes or no or whatever to it, but if we went down that pathway, what are we willing to sacrifice as a result of moving in that direction? Because the significant cost would pretty much blow everything else out of the water in terms of what we could do for our communities. So if we're trying to do that just to fix, dare I say it, congestion for certain times of the day, what are we willing to sacrifice? And I guess for me, I would be very uncomfortable with moving that way if there was a whole lot of other stuff that our communities are also asking for that are also important. So for me, it is about having that big strategy, but let's look at long-term view. Let's make sure we've got all the information. Let's make sure we commit to some sort of financial plan to actually be able to afford it, and then look at something else. So yeah.
I think in fairness, the community, we agree there's an issue and a growing issue with traffic congestion, traffic flows, but also there is quite a not insignificant commentary back from the submissions about the traffic, about the new bridge and how they could determine how future traffic flows come and go. So.
Just also, we've got. I just wonder if this is a part of a jigsaw that we just, we've got the Wairiki Tourist Park master plan. You've got airport redevelopment. Like there's lots and lots of catalyst projects around, really cool ones. And I just wonder if this might be cart before horse, and that do we need to get all our ducks in a row, and then it all just might flush out how to do things better. Because I mean, if the master plan for the Wairiki Tourist Park is going to have to look at there's a dangerous intersection by the hub, for example, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I just think that if we had all that work in front of us, then it might make more sense, or something might make more sense.
Yes, I mean, I'm of the similar view that we need to get that long-term goal in place, and whether it's a second bridge and how we go about that, and then we then decide on the short term that fits into it first, so that there's not too much delay, and whether it's roundabouts or lights, I think we still need to move down that path, but with the main goal in mind, and it's all done in sequence, because I think we have to be seen to be doing something in the next year or two. Yeah. So where do we go from here? Do we have another discussion, workshop? Yes.
I would still like to see, I agree that we need to sort out, and my mind is that we need to sort out where the bridge is and is it viable. So I would like to see some money left in where it is to investigate the bridge, so that then you can look at where everything else is going to come from and where it's going to go.
Yep. Yep. And also, we heard from Tū Whare that they would like to engage with us more often, and this would be a perfect opportunity to be able to see their view on that. And yeah, so that would be part of it too.
So it's
clarify what you want to do, because we need to put something in the plan. So Maggie's talked about keeping the 100,000, and just to clarify, you know, and I don't disagree with anything that's been said, but remembering that this was driven because the urgency that you've put on it. You said that this is an urgent problem. We talked a lot about only being 8 minutes at peak, and you said no, we want to do something about it. So I do want to throw that back to you a little bit. And I guess the other part of it is, and I was trying to find the Facebook post, but I couldn't, Lisa, but I think when we went out in February and talked about white lines and stuff, we had about 250 odd comments from people saying, the solution is easy, what are you doing, stupid council, just get on with it. So I understand what you're saying, but we're going to have to be aware that that stuff will come as well, because people don't understand they don't understand why you would wait to do something. They want it done tomorrow, and in their mind it's a really easy solution. Now,
so maybe
we know it's not, but we just need to ready ourselves for that public outcry in terms of that as well.
And we've listened to the community as to their concerns about what we've already planned, and clearly it's not that popular, so we need to take a look back, and I think we need to start again, but we need to start again with urgency. That's
So what do we leave in the LTP? We've got 100,000 in year one to do the investigations for the bridge. I'm assuming that we might want to up that if anything.
If you need to up that to speed that process up, I think we'll get a disagreement around this table.
no.
And all, Kevin.
Right. No, and what else we got in year one, Dennis?
It was Norman Smith Street.
The intersection. So
I'll put that on hold.
So, is there an opportunity to do something at Norman Smith Street in the meantime, because we've got options, or does it all have to be wait until we've done the forward planning? We know through this process, through our consultants, that the proposal of traffic lights would improve the flow of traffic through there. Is there an opportunity to just do that in the first year whilst we go through the process of planning for a bridge or whatever?
Right. If we go back to Norman Smith Street, let's just summarise the options. What we've got at the moment, I think coming in coming from cities with congestion, I think the current situation is untenable. I think the 20-minute delays are, it's simply not right. If we put in a roundabout that works, it is going to be very expensive, and we are into a land take that we may or may not be able to get into. If we put in a roundabout that fits, it doesn't work, and never will. Which brings us back to signals, and even with the downstream bridge, with a new bridge there, we are always going to need signals at Norman Smith Street. So I think that that particular work is one that has very little risk of being redundant no matter where the second bridge goes.
I'm going to take a little bit of issue with that.
Right.
I know you're not surprised. I believe that there is some way we can get around about at Norman Smith, because I understand that, you know, we need to do something soonish. Plan for the bridge. That is our priority, Norman Smith. Do we all agree that that's our priority
That's the
at
first
the moment?
point.
So I know there's a difference in cost, and I'm not a road engineer, but I'm sure there's some way we can make the smaller one work, and we just have to look at it, because that's what the community wants.
But Rosie, looking through those, I mean, I've got no opinion about traffic lights or roundabouts, but when I look at those videos and it shows the traffic build-up and the way that the proposed traffic lights work, for me, that's the option that addresses a problem.
The only thing you're not taking into consideration, though, Barry, is there would not be the people going to the top to come down, like lots of people do it now. So that's where the traffic coming from Wairaki Drive, that's where it's from. Whereas if there was a roundabout there, I'd drive straight in, roundabout. I really think that's skewing it. That's just my opinion.
I don't know. Sorry.
The videos that we had have assumed that all the traffic which is going to the top has rerouted back. Yeah. A two-lane roundabout works, but it's twice the price. So that's the trade-off.
How about just
Yes. Yeah.
For me, there's no land issues with traffic lights. It's probably relatively quick and uncompromised in installing, as opposed to a roundabout. And we've got no land issues to deal with. And we actually trying to deal with the problem of Norman Smith Street. So, yeah, I know that.
I think we'll be honest, and then if I'm not my opinion, but if it's there, it's a mission. Most of the guys that I've been more with, they were concerned about the number of traffic lights. I think it's been gone out just for the light solution here. We've got the same reaction going out with all of this.
And I totally agree with that, Gareth. Yeah, it's the number of traffic lights that we was proposing as opposed to dealing, and that's why I think just dealing with Norman Smith Street, if that would work, I don't want to spend the money if that's not going to work by itself. But according to what Grant has said, it would or could improve the flow.
It will improve it. It'll never fix it for
And it wouldn't be redundant if the new bridge was in that location.
Yes, just through the chair, like with the speed bylaw review and that section of road, the Control Gate Hills it's called, comes down to 50k, what is planned for traffic calming measures? Is there going to be cycle lanes, and then it becomes single lane each way? Or like what's the plan there?
Be up front, we haven't planned anything at this point in time. There are a number of, or a range of options you could do for traffic calming. We have talked about removing the passing lane. You could put flush median up the middle. If you remove the passing lane, put flush median down the middle, cycle lanes up the sides. You could include raised medians up the hill. So all those sorts of things to narrow or create an impression of a narrow road. And then up at where the speed change is going to be, you'd have some form of gateway treatment.
Yeah, because I just wonder if those changes will also affect traffic flow coming down Wairiki. But if we were just talking about Norman Smith Street, I would be of the same opinion as Councillor Hickling, that perhaps lights and then those treatments with the speed limit changing and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just go back to my original point. This isn't about signals or roundabouts. This is about finding the best solution for the community, and I think we need to go back to that transport strategy. We need to have a look at what it is we need to do. It's not just that intersection, it's how the traffic comes up the hill, it's the bridge, it's everything else. And I would far rather, we talk about capacity issues and things that we need to get done. Let's not focus on that one point right now. Let's get the total solution right and do it once and do it right.
Through the chair, I think our CEO makes a very good point. I think going out with the submission process, this was quite a significant number of the 50% of the submitters that said do nothing. Option 2 was because there were traffic lights at the roundabouts. I think, probably if we're just going with the one intersection, Norman Smith might not have got that emotion coming into it. With the 20-minute delay, obviously that I come down the hill, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes to get over the bridge. But I know, except there's a lot more traffic coming from Norman Smith, from Kinloch and Acacia Bay. How long does it take you there in the peak?
Well, as I say, I pick it if it's, I'll go up the top.
Yeah.
More often than not, because, you know, it shortens it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, a lot of people do that, and that's
Yeah.
why I'm thinking we're skewed with that. So, do we need to have further discussions amongst ourselves about, okay, we need to sort out the long-term plan? Yeah, absolutely, but we still need to do something urgently, I think, with Norman Smith. And I think we still need to decide about ourselves. We need the costs, I think, a proper cost of the roundabout, not the gymungous one, but the one that can work. And
sorry, through the chair, the one that works is the big one. That's been clearly articulated in the model. So I'm just, yeah.
I don't know that that's correct.
So one thing that didn't go out, sorry.
No, I was just going to say it'd be fatal to do something that's not working.
Yeah. Oh, we just got to get it right.
I just don't think we can take that risk at all. About expert advice says that won't work. That is just a fatal act to do it, even if they're wrong.
The big one, it's been really clear. The big one will, but that'll be a whole lot more expensive for that issue. It's a small one, right? So that's off the table. And I think the big one is the
So okay, we need to look at the costings. The costings of, and we need to decide, okay, if the costings are too much at this point, then we decide what do we defer to. But I think we need to make some decisions alongside the others.
Do we know for the 8 metre roundabout what that would cost in that location, assuming put the land availability stuff aside, so what probably works out?
No, at the moment the only one that's been costed was the one with the slip lane. That was something like 2.5 million as opposed to the 500,000 for the signals. Oh yeah, I mean these are very high order costs. We have to stress that. I mean, sorry. Norman Smith lights were about 500. Yes. Now there could be a little bit of work done to more definitely cost both the signals and a 2-lane circulating roundabout. I still think that it'll be a factor of 2, but we would need to start getting into more detailed design to be able to firm up on the costs. That may, that might be the sort of thing that Rosie would like to hear.
Yes, and I think, look, you know, I think at the end of the day, sometimes the community don't mind if we're spending the right sort of money in the right place. Whereas putting lights in, maybe isn't going to work. Whereas we need the costs properly on the roundabout so we can make a proper informed decision, because they might prefer that.
Sorry, through the chair, if we come back with $2 million for a roundabout and 500 for it, would that be acceptable? Because you know, that's the type of thing we kind of want some guidance on. Because we could spend a lot of money providing that.
I would think.
Right, okay. Yep. Yep. And so through the chair again, for the roundabout as well, we'd certainly have to have a look at an underpass, because the roundabout certainly doesn't cater for the pedestrians or the cyclists, so that'll be included. And anything you do there, again, those costs, we'd have to look at them really detailed, but you've got a lot of earthworks to make a roundabout of that size fit, because as you know, it falls off as you come down the hill on the left hand side, so it is substantive. So we just want to contextual. We can go away, we can do that if you want us to do that, but you know, it's whether you guys would, if we come back with a figure off around that $2 million, you know,
Through the
is that
chair.
really going to change it?
Oh, well, just through the chair. Obviously went out with this to the community, and the roundabouts weren't given as an option. So obviously there wasn't any costing. So there may or may not have cost us an issue. It may have affected the community's view on the whole options roundabout traffic lights. So yeah, so it's. I think we need to sort of.
And no disrespect to the comments made about the cost, but there's a lot of other people that have done it here who have got engineering traffic background and local. It's challenging us about those costs.
Yes, Councillor Pink.
That's already on a fast track and talking this calendar year.
Yeah, through the chair, it's next there. Remember, you got the water one to do as well. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we've talked quite a lot about strategy work and policy and planning work over the last couple of days. There's a massive amount to do. I've talked to my team about trying to prioritise as much of that in the lead up to Christmas, so over the next sort of 7-8 months. We can do a lot of work this side of Christmas, but it's still going to flow into next year. We're still going to have engagement with the community. We're talking about a transport strategy which is pretty far reaching. You're talking about covering a lot of ground, not only in terms of spatially, but in terms of issues as well. If we're going to do this once, we're going to do it right, we're probably talking more like a 12-month process. I'm also sitting here thinking about a lot of your CapEx costs, and I'm thinking about the work that the team, not only my team, but the likes of Dennis's team is going to have to do, and the consultants we're going to have to bring in. And it's starting to raise some questions around those OPEX costs as well. Because obviously we're a business which is not just about building things, we're a business which is about planning to build those things as well. So that might be something we have a bit of a chat about over the lunch break as well. But I think the signal, from me at least, is that that planning takes time, and I think we should be talking about sort of a 12-month time frame.
Yes.
Then the dilemma is everything everyone said about a strategic plan is absolutely correct, but you have still got a situation where people think we're incompetent, that we cannot make a decision, that everything takes so long, and everything does take so long. And they are really frustrated. They think we're incompetent, and they're giving us that message out there on the street. Can we, at this stage, do both? Can we do our plan and do something that fits that plan with the right outcome? I think we're really challenged to do that. I don't think we can leave them another 12 months. With this particular problem, we can't leave them. We have to come up with a solution. But boy, that strategic planning is so important in every bit of work we do, and we are behind.
But that's why I suggested the intersection at Norman Smith Street to do something, and it seems that that will not be redundant even if the bridges go through. Now, I know that there's been a lot of concern about traffic lights, but they work.
And they're cheap.
And I can't in all justice put $2 million into a roundabout. Sorry.
What does everyone else think?
I'd like to go back out to the community with the options so that they know what, but I don't know if we can do that and under what.
Can we get them costed?
These are the costs and then hear back again because we haven't given that. Yeah.
We all know what land issues are like, trying to get permission to build something on somebody else's land. That will take us at least 18 months to 2 years.
So whose land is that? Have we ever had discussions about it?
Yes, qualified though to the extent that signals at Norman Smith will work with or without the bridge. A roundabout at Norman Smith will be more expensive and still has the merge issue.
When did we have that the lights happening? Was it this year or
1819.
Okay, so now what? If we put the lights in now, would we still do any further investigation on the long-term solution of a roundabout, or put that to side? Right. So the community would understand that that's what we're doing now to get things moving, but we are still strategizing on the other areas that have been discussed. Right. Yeah, well, I'm comfortable as long as we don't accept that that's the only outcome. So if we don't like them there, can we move them somewhere else?
I guess through the if it's explained to the community the issues with iwi, mercury, and as Gareth suggested, this is the first step, but this is the flashpoint in the town, isn't it?
So
intersection.
Tell the story properly.
but I don't think we can still go like you suggested, that we may or may not. I mean, traffic lights, the others, Grant suggested, they're sort of paying it's more of a bypass. It's not a like a town situation. So we don't make those promises.
You know, like they're putting traffic lights in, and we've said we don't want traffic lights, and blah blah blah. So the story must be done properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
We want to get it right, do it once, like I'm saying.
Sorry, Kristen.
I know that this is a side issue, but I've raised it before. I know that we do a lot of consultation, and I know that we put information out there about what they're doing, but I've always believed that there is room for us to front the public just as an update on a regular basis. Let them give you all the feedback that they want to give you and answer it then and there. And people are scared of it because they think they're going to be given hell, and sometimes we are, but I've done it in a previous life and it always works. You go out, you call a general meeting in some big hall somewhere, and you tell them what you're going to do and you let them respond to you. It's different than the consultation we do now, but it truly works. They feel heard, they feel included, and often we change our minds about things. But I don't think we front half enough in terms of what we're doing and why we're doing it or not doing it. So thank you for my little
Can I just make hand up first? I just want to make just a general comment in defence of the staff with our strategic plans. We did make decisions a year or two ago about not doing rolling reviews and doing comprehensive reviews, so it's put a lot of extra effort for the staff to deal with those.
Just through the chair, just with, I mean, we haven't developed the policy yet, but you know, we've weaned ourselves off subsidising rates with the TEL fund, and perhaps is the bridge a good good project to do with that money? So maybe when we look at that policy, we need to look at different infrastructure projects as well as. Sorry, Mr. Menhenen.
Yeah. Right. So what are we doing from here? We are.
So traffic lights year one. Bridge investigation year one.
Yep.
More costings on roundabouts or not? No? But they need to know, the community need to know, we're still looking at those options.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So through the chair, all the others would be removed for now. Yep. And you come back through another process, whether that's the next LTP or whatever, to put those back in. The one question is, we had a quick discussion around the 100k that we've set aside for the bridge investigation. It sounds like you'd be more comfortable with a bit more work in that space. So maybe breaching onto a little bit more design so you can see concepts and things like that. That would cost a little bit more. So we banded around a figure pretty quickly here, maybe double that. Whether you'd comfortable with that.
It's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. On investigations.
So, any more discussion?
No, they won't.
No? That's it?
The appetites.
Done, finished and silent?
I know we said 2:30.
Right. Okay. Right, gentlemen, is there anything else we need to do? We're all done? Thanks.
Kevin, are we done? Should we do that offline?
For presenting today, and I'm sure you enjoyed it.
still morning,
Yeah. No. Can we have lunch on? Let's stop at 12. I'm hungry. Eh? Can you last that long? So how long? What's Garrett? Should we start? Should we stop now and have a break and?
No offense to you, Gary.
It's nothing personal. But we're all hungry, and we've been going roundabout and roundabout, and you know, lighting here and. Yeah. Exactly. So we'll recess now till about 12:30. Yeah. Right. Is there a plug somewhere around here? Reach and charge? Yeah, just right there.
potential for council to take over the management of that hall. And the second point is around the Kinloch hall and potential redevelopment for that. So 1803 is where the Rangitaki hall is.
Any thoughts? Queries?
Kinloch's on the next one. Yeah, page 1806. Comfortable with the Rangitaki hall response?
Just in regards to that though, do we know what their costs are? You know, if they're finding it, if they're struggling. I mean, we do Tirohanga, Whakamaru Hall, you know, there's a lot of other halls that we...
So currently they get what is currently a service agreement with council of $7,000 a year. Through the consultation process, we obviously notified them when we were out there that that's changing to a potential partnership agreement, so they will have the option through that process to potentially increase that fund through a partnership agreement to meet the needs of maintaining the hall. But in terms of the actual cost, not entirely sure at this stage. Yeah, actually, that's the point. I think just speaking to them, the biggest challenge was actually having people available for committees and to do work more so than the actual funding side of things. But they have done quite a bit of work to the hall recently in terms of painting the inside, installing a heat pump, and they removed an outdoor pool as well.
So we're comfortable with that? Yep.
Any comments on Kinloch, I suppose, too, or satisfied with that response?
Just one point, can we just put some timings around when we would be doing the feasibility study? Otherwise it can stretch out.
Oh, and through the chair, is there money allowed for a feasibility study? Funds?
So we addressed the community hall a couple of months ago, and we've got a little bit of funding set aside to do a feasibility. It'll be from 1 July. Yep. Yep.
Right. Yeah, wow. Just what we need is more rain. That's all? Right.
So sorry, through the chair, we've done some work on the Turangi destination toilets, if you want to call them that, and we think we probably need around 500,000, but that's just a figure that we've plucked out from other stuff that we've done recently. So we can't say we've got 100% correct, but it's around that $500,000 mark.
So how many toilets is that for? Like, is that a big block or?
I think we're suggesting around, I think currently there's 8 there, if someone's told me, so we'd have a bank of 8. It's less or more, yeah.
Toilets in other places, the Kawakawas of the world, these things can be, we're not giving an eyesight, but these things actually can be reasons to stop in the destinations in themselves, if done right.
So just a question to me, to our fellow Turangi councillors, if we were putting an extra $500,000 into the Turangi community for infrastructure, is that where you would best want it spent? It's a significant amount of money.
Yeah. very good question, Councillor Jollins. No. Well, I think it is a very good question, and it's something that, you know, I've just been working through my list of bits and pieces that I want to raise when we get to a point to talk generally about it. But we have to put it there. I mean, there were some submissions about the toilets, but there were also a million other submissions from Turangi. So my short response is I'd always want to do the things that have the biggest impact. Are they toilets? I don't know. Probably not, possibly not. But I think, you know, if we can just hold that theme over to when we get to the summary bit about this, I'd be really keen to see what your guys' thoughts are.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, so yeah, through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, with the funding model, there's potential through the Government's Regional Development Fund funding.
Yeah.
As well.
We just need to be conscious though that when it's being considered in, that's what we're going to rate people on. You want to be pretty sure that it's going to happen, otherwise you rate
So that would be true for OPEX, but remember this is CAPEX, so you only raise the loan on what you actually spend.
So, sorry, through the chair. Through the chair.
Sorry, it's just computers.
I know.
Large.
So I'm just wondering then if we've really under budgeted for our changing rooms, because I'm assuming we're going to have at least that many toilets, as well as showers, as well as a changing room. So I just wonder, we've come up with 500,000 and we had 100,000 in our budget. So I'm just wondering, you know, we're not expecting fancy, you know, but yeah, I just.
I think I'm not going to be able to justify, or you know, be able to say whether it's 200 is enough or 250 or 100. That's what we got to yesterday. But I think what you find is that when you're talking about a commercial public toilet like this, that's quite a different situation to something like a rugby club, which is more domestic, which is what we've got there at the moment in scale, because you only have relatively small amount of people at a very small times, and they're under surveillance, if you like, rather than being a public toilet on its own. Those things, the reason that they're so expensive is that basically they have to be built absolutely bulletproof.
Right.
So sorry, do we have any direction on the year that we wanted that in?
Don't ask me, I say now. Yes.
Sorry, are you trying to get some direction on these toilets, Kevin?
Yes.
Well, so Madam Chair, look, just coming back to what Roseanne quite legitimately asked, you know, would we as a community, or Turangi as a community, want to put everything behind a bunch of toilets? I think the answer is probably no. So, but what I'd certainly like to signal is at which point in this process are we going to have an opportunity to actually talk about things? You know, I know we're looking at it from a district perspective at the moment, and it's very confusing to me to, you know, we are trying to address them in these things in sections, but I've been trying to keep a running list in my head about what I need to ask. So, you know, if I was going to push for something for Turangi based on value, you know, have we already passed that point, or where can I ask those questions? You know, because we're currently talking about a toilet at present, but at what cost do other things sort of go out of the frame? I don't know.
I think what we need to do is at the end do the wrap up, and if there's anything else, obviously you can only at this point make decisions on things that were in submissions. You can't just dream up other things yourself, but anything else at the end we can re-look at that. In theory you've been through all of them because you've been through each submission point, but if there's things you want to revisit or look at the, which I think what I'm hearing from you is it's about that overall picture, you know, and is the balance right? I'd say do that at the end of today before we leave the room, so that you're all comfortable about the balance that you've got.
But Gareth, he was talking over lunch that these items all come as separate recommendations or resolutions. So
what we're planning on doing is bringing up a list of resolutions this afternoon, which is all the key decision points that you've made, and it's up to you whether or not you do them en bloc or individually. I know in the past councillors have quite liked doing them individually because there's been some that you wanted to put your name to, or in fact the opposite, that you wanted to vote against. But likewise, the easier way is to do them en bloc, but it's totally over to you.
Just through the chair, this toilet discussion is because there were submissions on the toilets. So, you know, we can't just say, oh, now there's 500k suddenly available. that was about toilets.
And
So yeah,
it's not just because we want a new toilet, it's because the toilets we've got are puckaroo. We need new toilets, regardless of what we spend on it, we need new toilets.
Back to John's point about, you know, government funding of some sort, because they are used by visitors, so we really do need to explore that. Who does that? You do? Right. Okay. Next. Oh, no.
So that wraps up. Oh, actually, sorry. One more area, which is general submissions, which kind of didn't have they didn't have a home always, and the main one through that was around council providing some sort of driver licensing services. Page 1909, submitter point 123. Yeah, NCA credits. Where yeah, there were quite a few submissions from Turangi on that point.
Look, I think personally think this response is good. I think the council does a lot of work, the staff do a lot of work in the road safety team, working with youth and with these driver programs. So, yeah, we do a lot of that in support and time and advocacy.
Just through the chair, from going to regional transport in different areas, like the Tainui area, Tainui actually subsidise their kids' driving lessons and licence costs. So I don't know if it's a conversation to have with Turangi Tokawa or Tūwhare Taura or whatnot, and I don't know if it's council's place to do that, but there are different schemes around the place.
I think under whānau ora you can do that too, if that's one of your goals.
Do they still run the driver directions programs?
I'm not too sure.
In the holidays?
It's changed to Holden program.
Right. They used to be very popular. Right.
So that really concludes all the points in the submissions. Councillor Jollins did just come up to me before about Taupo Residents Group, and a point that they didn't make in their written submission, which is why it's not actually in here, but that was made during their verbal submission around UAGCs.
Yes, I was just reading that.
Okay, UAGC. As we've said previously, if there's any change to rating policy, there are winners and losers. If we changed, or if we increased the UAGC, the winners would be the electricity generators, because 96% of their rates is general rates, and the general rates would drop. The losers would be the lower value properties, who would get a significant increase in their rates. I've seen it used in other areas like South Waikato, who have a high UAGC, and that's because there's a lot of low value properties in South Waikato, and they didn't want the rural community to wear a lot higher general rate, so to try and level the playing field a bit. In that particular area, they had a reasonably high UAGC. But as far as Taupo is concerned, the level seems pretty acceptable to the community. And as I say, those are the winners and losers if you increase the UAGC.
Look through the chair, and I appreciate you addressing it, and it wasn't something that we went out on the LTP to comment on because it is part of our revenue and financing policy. But this is a discussion about the percentage of, that the UAG should be, has been for some time. I would just like to think that maybe a little bit further down the track, I know the Hamilton City Council are reviewing the UAGs at the moment, and some of their pros for why they are doing that are about that it's a city of growth and that this is how they're going to generate some of the potential revenue and spread the fairness and equity of it. So all I ask is maybe next time round when we're starting to have some of these discussions about our revenue and financing policy, can we just revisit some of the discussions on the UAG and maybe have a look at some of the work that comes out of the Hamilton City Council just to see what some of the community consultation was about. Thank you.
Any other comments on that?
I'm disappointed that Councillor Boyd's not sitting next to me because I'd like to have this conversation. But yeah, I think, you know, like with my understanding, I believe, is that we have unique, like we have 6 different rating sectors, and as Alan mentioned, with the utilities and power companies, by increasing the UAGC and more, you are going to introduce another about $3 or $4 million into the residential rating sector, and as a result, you're going to obviously have some of the higher raters paying a bit less, but the 70% are going to be paying more. So it's a better matter, like say, it's the blunt interest when you can't win. There's no winners.
Yeah. Look, you know, in defence of the electricity generator comment and some of the high utilities, there are other tools in your toolbox, and they're called differentials, because a lot of those large utilities are on the residential differential. So there's different ways of playing that, so you can have that discussion many different ways. I'd just like to point out.
That obviously you set all of this through your revenue and financing policy, and you had your section 101 3A and 3B considerations, so that was your driver behind how you set it, and you've just been discussing the consequence of that setting. That was for the camera.
Right. Any further discussions?
Well, I suppose now is an opportunity to raise any points. I know Councillor Park had some comments around economic development.
Yeah, I had those thoughts before we came back at what the rate increase was looking like for year 1, and it was just a way of getting it back under. So I don't need to do that because we're all right at the moment, aren't we? Still. I know we haven't formally adopted the economic strengthening strategy, but are those 6 catalyst projects all in the draft LTP? Do we not need to put them in? Yeah, well, because you know, with the Wairiki Tourist Park master plan, Turangi Tongariro Gateway projects, TTT, I just, like, if we've taken the traffic lights out, can we not then just put these in, perhaps? But we haven't formally adopted it, so I don't know if we can.
You haven't, but probably as importantly or more importantly will be what council's role is in some of those. Some of those won't be direct funding, they'll be advocacy or coordination or anything. So I'd say we're probably too early. It's probably a matter of waiting and seeing where that strategy gets to.
Sure.
Certainly there is an opportunity through the wording in the LTP, like Jess said, as a narrative to identify some of those things,
yes, and
irrespective of any funding attached.
Okay. Another thing was the Lake Taupo Protection Trust. There was a submission about sort of in the narrative highlighting that project, so from an environmental perspective, so I thought that was a good point. The youth centre, what year was that programmed for? Or the hub, youth hub?
Not for.
Yeah, no, it's still in there. Oh, so we took it out completely.
So you took it out completely. It's not in there at all.
I'm just wondering on the back of Anamata Cafe's submission that can we put it back in if it hasn't been consulted on? Because I mean, Anamata Cafe and the public-private partnership in developing a sort of youth hub, I thought was really valid. So
I think rather than answer that off the cuff, can we come back to you on that one
Yes,
in a little bit?
please. Yep, that'd be good. Going back to the pools, I'm just wondering whether we should leave it, and I'll give it one more crack and then I'll be quiet about it, whether we leave it as status quo and have a look at a local rate versus out of town rate and a card system and all of that in more detail. And I'm not sure if there's any flavour around the room for that, but I just think we've gone out saying we're going to increase the prices. We're not going to increase the prices. We're actually going the opposite way, but we're still spending money at these facilities. So I just wonder if we just shouldn't leave it status quo, but investigate sort of the local out-of-towners rate and whether it's the library card that gets used and gets you into the museum and the library and the pools or whatnot. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm just putting that out there. But if everyone still wants to go with the flavour of yesterday, then I'll
So
be
we
quiet.
decided, didn't we, to still have under fives free? That's
Well, that was the flavour of yesterday,
Yeah.
but no, status quo.
so you're saying leave the under fives as paying.
Yeah.
But look at other options.
Yes. Not sure. Well, it's 70k a year. So, yeah. And the last point is, in Tū Whare Toa submission, they've talked about governance to governance engagement, so that's probably something that needs to be led by us, but I think we need to cover that off in the response that there is a genuine, genuine feeling of wanting to do that. So, and perhaps, with the bridge conversations and whatnot, that all needs to happen. But that's all for now. Oh, and just the velodrome, is that 180 year one plus, it's 170k this financial year and then plus 180 next year to get to that 350. Just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Through the chair. Yeah, I'm open to what Anna's suggesting, but with the also with the under fives free, you at 70 grand, you may get a lot more visitors with adults taking kids. No, but adults will still paying.
One per child gets in for free. So if you're accompanying at the moment. So if you're accompanying an under 5-year-old, then an adult gets free with that under 5-year-old.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
The water. Yeah.
I would like to see the under 5 stay free, but I also would like to see looking at a locals card as well for other age groups and adults.
So how do we all feel about that? Do we want to stick to what we said yesterday, or?
We'll get to a point where we bring up a resolution by resolution. I think probably there's some value in just adjourning to make sure that we've got everything correct, and we can bring those up on the screen and go through them one by one.
So I think, Ellie, there's a couple of other issues though that we need to talk about. Tina, one's the AC Barts, and two, Rosie, I know you've got one as well. So let's have those conversations and any others that councillors, back to Tonganoi's point, any others that councillors have burning questions, so that we can add any other resolutions from there. So Tina, maybe we do the AC Bars first.
So during the LTP workshops previously, there was some discussion around the private pools and the fact that the private pools were associated with the piping. We've been doing a bit more investigation on that and have been able to actually find a method of being able to separate those two. So you now have the ability to, I suppose, re-look at the private pools because it isn't reliant on the piping network that we had previously thought it was. So you've got $1.155 million in the first year of the long-term plan, and that was for 9 private pools. So I think there's probably a discussion around, is that the right timing now? Do you still want 9? Is 4, I mean, that's what's operating at the moment. So there's probably a conversation a bit more in depth around what you'd like to do in terms of that. And then also with the hydro slide, we put that over the 2 financial years. for me, that's more of a health and safety issue, and because each morning the lifeguards go in there and they make sure it's safe and sand it. So my preference would be for that to come forward if possible in the first year.
What we're saying here is that there was information that you made your decision on last time to include those 9. Obviously it wasn't a unanimous decision, but there was information that has changed. The new information we've got is that you don't, part of that was because of the linkages. That's clearly not, we're able to get around that now. So if it hasn't changed your view and you still want to go ahead with the private pools, that's fine. It may change. So the first question is, do you still want to do it or not? And then, because you don't have to. And the second question is, if you do, does that affect your timing at all from what you previously said in terms of it being a year 1 project? And as officers, we don't have a view. It's totally up to you guys.
Through the chair. I am aware that the private pools are they're pretty in a state of disrepair, to be perfectly honest. But I take the point about the hydro slide. I think that's got to be our health and safety. We need to bring that perhaps forward if it means putting the private pools back now into the second year or something like that. But for me, I still think that the private pools are what the AC Baths is all about. That's how they originally started, and I'd like to see them upgraded, even if it's not all 9 pools, at least perhaps 4 good ones or something.
Yes, through the chair. I think that your most pressing issue is the hydro slide. So if we can have some savings, absolutely, let's move that one forward. As regards the private pools, we have some of the best private pools in the world in this town. They've just recently got some accolades, Wairake Terraces, Debrett's, all those places. So yes, I understand about having pools, but I think it is significant expenditure. I don't think we should be doing 9, maybe just a couple of them.
Through the chair. I tend to support the previous speakers in terms of especially the slide, absolutely. And I wasn't the conversation with Nigel Newbury regarding a special anniversary date coming up with the AC bars coming out. That was the driver, some of the conversation with the driver to get them all as a showpiece for the AC bars. But having said that, I mean, common sense prevails. If we're going to prioritise things, I'd like to see the slide done first. Just introduce a number of pools.
Right. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can I just check the current figure in the current scenario is the 1.1, so that allows for the 9 pools, but what I'm hearing is that the slide, how much does the slide need on it? And that's been built in too, to the current figure? So okay. Yeah.
I think the patronage of the private pools have been down purely because of the condition. To be perfectly honest, I think if we I'm not contemplating the whole 9, but I do think that we need to have some private pools there that are in really good, nice condition.
Yeah. I'd just like to support Councillor Ackley. It's an iconic brand right through New Zealand. Everyone bells me up, how's the AC Baths, still going and that sort of thing. It's probably the most iconic municipal pools in the country. And I think part of it, the reason we're starting, that was all about Spa and Colonel Roberts and all that, and the Speedos and whatever, but or whatever he had in those days. But I agree. Perhaps we don't need to do the whole 9. Perhaps 5 or 6. But you need that offering there. Otherwise, they just won't. If you haven't got that offering, I think you'll be struggling on your income overall.
So, what would we like to do?
Yes. Well, do you want to move that money into year 2, and then through the annual plan of it, if you need to reduce it, you can do it through that process?
Hydroslide, what's actually wrong with it?
So the inside lining is getting so worn now, it's almost getting down to the fiberglass, and it is causing some splinters. And our staff are going in there every morning, making sure that it's
okay, so
safe.
that's 500k will fix it?
No, it's $1 million, just over $1 million, yes.
Okay,
But isn't it a matter of just changing those around in the long-term plan? Money
Yes.
for the-
Yeah.
We're only sort of bringing one forward and
Yeah.
pushing one back. Yeah.
Right, David, do you want to come back or?
Oh, just whatever. How are you going? Oh, you carry on.
Oh.
There we go. Okay.
Oh. Can you just turn the tubes around? Yes, I had a query from a member of, was it Progress? I don't think what it was. Anyway, various groups who use the meeting room at AC Bars, and apparently it's increased, which obviously has. How do we feel about some of those community groups, because they're struggling for members and funds and things like that? Are we still comfortable that those fees have gone up for that meeting room for those community groups?
So just a bit of background. The last annual plan, I think the community spaces, both the Great Lakes Centre and particularly the function room at the AC Bars, were all at a different rate, and so there was an alignment, and the function room went from 35, I think, to 55 to $55 an hour for community groups.
Yeah, I think for this group, I think it's doubled from, you know, it was 70 or something, and now it's 140 or something. Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, it is. It just went up for most of those spaces in terms of 35 up to the 55, just to have them similar amongst, you know, around the community facilities.
Does anyone have an opinion on that?
So what we've got that room at the top of the library is because that's used quite a lot.
It is, and I'm not sure what the charge of that is, but Probus, they have quite a number of people in terms of the numbers.
Yeah.
So the function room is certainly the best in terms of facilities. I mean, if you wanted to, you could just change the function room one. That seems to be the one that's potentially causing
cap it at like so much an hour, but no more than
the maximum of
or something.
For 3. I think they're there for 3 hours.
Yeah,
it's quite a bit of setup.
Yeah. Any thoughts? For the sake of a few dollars here and there, is it worth worrying a few people? I haven't heard anyone.
Yes, there is, just in terms of tables and chairs and a bit of organising, so it does take a wee bit of time.
They provide their own tea and coffee?
I think they do, but we provide the...
Because they do a lot of work on that.
Yeah. China.
Part sponsored by Harcourts, perhaps.
Enough going on there. Okay, so we leave it as it is and just say to them, never mind. guess we leave it and they accept it. I've done that for a couple. Okay, so any other?
Now we are at the end of that, so before we do go for those resolutions, Tom, I know that you had some. Are there any other things that council future discussions or want to debate without redebating those?
That's the key. If you heard anything or read anything, now's the opportunity to discuss it.
You talked about the hockey. Sorry, Deirdre.
Yes, no, but that's all been sorted. Just in regards to the Taupo Airport upgrade, have we got enough in there for car parking and? Oh, John's not here. Oh, Jesus.
So we don't know yet, is the short answer. So we've allowed $2.5 million. We don't know because A, we don't know what the plan looks like yet. That's out getting some work done at the moment, and B, we don't know what central government are going to put in. We're obviously wanting as much as possible from them, but who knows? So look, it is a placeholder. It's but a number. And so I'd say leave it in there for that, and then if it works out that we do need more, we'll work through that at the time.
Tong, did you?
Yeah, thanks. And forgive me, fellow councillors, newbie in this space, but so just remind me, so in terms of long-term plan process, we go out with the draft, the community provides feedback, we go through that consultation phase, we then go into the submissions, they submit upon that, we now in delibs, and at the end of this we're going to spit out a response that will inform our plan going forward. Yeah, that's it sort of in a nutshell. Yeah, okay. So in terms of some of the submissions that have come in that were not in the draft, i.e. like so if I think about stuff that was submitted from Turangi around just an example, and I know we talk about this, the event centre concept. Where do those sorts of discussions sit? Like, I know you've provided a staff response, but can we have a talk about those, or where can we talk about those, or are they just Gonskis?
So you've already talked about them. So
I realise that. I'm just so
response back to the people you're interested in.
Well, just so I see for some of these things, there's a staff response. We haven't covered every submitter's point. I mean, there's staff responses in there, but we've obviously covered the raft of submissions there were, which were a stack of them. But if there were parts in there that I wanted to talk about that was submitted on, or rather that people made a submission, but it wasn't necessarily in the draft, can we talk about that now?
Yes, please, because what we've done is captured every single submission point that was made, and that's got a staff response, and we've spoken about them in the last day and a half. So, so if we've missed any, then let's have that conversation. But in theory, we've spoken about every single one of those submission points. The process from here, you've made decisions on all of those. So the process from here would be we take that officer advice, and then we. Obviously from the conversation that you've had, and we turn that into then a draft response to go back to the people that have made the submission. But that won't, as we said yesterday, that won't happen until after July, when you then, before that, you need to adopt the plan.
Yeah,
so
we
so
bring
here you make these decisions. It then goes into the draft plan. We then bring that back to you. You approve it to go to audit to go and get the big tick. Goes off to audit. Then it comes back to you for final adoption, and then we then write to each of those submitters saying this was the outcome.
Okay. Just to reiterate from my point of view, this is a really, really important step, because this is when the guys go away and do all the numbers and everything that go into the draft. So if you have any views, views that you feel you haven't made a decision, or it's important we have those discussions now. This is our last chance.
Yeah, and if there's submission points, requests that you want to specifically discuss, now's the time to discuss those.
Okay.
So if you've got some examples, we can jump in and discuss it.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I just wanted to get my head around this because I haven't been overly clear on this process coming into the deliberations. I know we've tried to move around the points because there's so much to cover. So it's really I'm trying to keep a stock of where we're at, and it's difficult for a new person coming into. I mean, you guys probably have done this before, but I'm struggling to process it, and I want to go out of here with a clear view, so I know where our council sits in relation to Tūrangi issues, and I'm pretty clear with my, at the moment I've said, holy Moses, if I don't ask a question about this, does it suddenly just disappear? That sort of stuff. So I'm just worried, and I'm just articulating that. Whoa, I needed to work it out. Okay, somebody else can go. Will I just gather my thoughts?
I think just to help probably Councillor Kingi, a lot of them was about the sports facility and all that sort of thing. Are you happy with the the answer that we're giving? Because I think we've referred to our sports and rec strategy. Is that good enough, or do you want a bit more beef to it, or?
I think Your Worship, it's just, my position really has just been to assert that, I guess, the position of the Tūrangi community at the moment. You guys have seen with your own eyes, I accept some of it copy and paste, let's be honest, but sitting outside of that has just been, has been a total, I think, engagement on this whole process around the long-term plan, and the Tūrangi community really articulating that. So I guess I've said it before and I'll say it again, just really elevating that to you all around, please be aware of that. I know you all are, and I know we've got a lot to consider, but sometimes we just, it's sometimes you hope that council is always thinking 2 steps ahead. Do we have to articulate everything that we want from Tūrangi, or do you just assume that stuff will just get done? So I think it's just that constant sort of, I guess, evolution, I suppose.
I guess if I can help out a wee bit to give some comfort. So everything that was in the draft long-term plan for Tūrangi, unless you've specifically taken it out, it remains in there. So all of your normal operational stuff, your normal renewals and all that sort of stuff remains. My understanding over the last couple of days, in addition to that, you've then added free swimming, you've added the toys at the turtle pools, you've added the toilets, you've added, or you've kept the temporary facilities down at Tūrangi Tukua Park, and then you've added a feasibility study for the, I hate that word, but you've added a study for the future of a indoor facility of some description. We've done some park benches, we've done the shade sail in Kuratau. Waihi water is a biggie. So in addition to what we went out in the draft, that's as a result of those submissions, just off the top of my head, there's a package of stuff that you as a council have gone, yeah, we're hearing you Tūrangi, we're hearing you loud and clear that you want something, boom, here's something to give back. Correct, that's what it was, yeah, for the TED's strategy.
Yeah, totally accept that, and thanks for the explanation. And it's not really to have a sort of go at everybody. As I said, as a newbie, I need to really understand this. I cannot. It's just not clear to me. I can't see year one. I can't see. I know we're getting there, but if this is my last chance to talk about it, then show me it so I can see it, so I can be quiet.
So to be fair for you and Maggie, if there's other things, then now is the time to talk about it. But probably for you and Maggie, because you're going to be going back to the board and talking about this obviously the next sort of while, I think if we get that list for you in terms of what that was, so that then you've got something to talk to, that would be. But if there's anything else you want, then that's for you to talk about
now. I just know that in the Tūrangi submissions from the youth, and that there was a lot of talk about a youth centre type thing, and I know that years ago the Senior Cits Hall was the board passed a resolution to make it a designated youth centre, but that was a long time ago. I know the youth need a home. With the new start of the Rangatahi Hub, that has come up and was very, very successful, and something that they want to keep rolling out in Tūrangi. I would like to see, I know they asked for something, and I'd just like to either know whether it's going to be in that study, that they'll look at either the Senior Cits Hall or something else, so that something is around that for them, because they do need surety of a home if they're going to keep running after school programs and holiday programs and things like that, which is something Tūrangi really needs. Now we have a chance to have it. I'd hate it to fall over because we haven't got somewhere designated for it. sits hall.
That's exactly what the submitter said, where those old fellas go.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Can I suggest then that maybe in the response to some of the youth or to the Rangatahi Hub, that a new name is found for that building? Because it's not a senior sits hall anymore. It was senior sits asked council to take it back many, many years ago when they couldn't afford and didn't have enough members anymore. And council took it over, and then I got it made into a youth hub. So I think a name change is definitely on the cards.
Dylan, do you want to add something?
So the request of the submission was that council look to supporting in a partnership agreement that's outside of this process. Yeah. We're certainly already a partner of the hub. We'll continue that dialogue, but that partnership is going to come down to your decision in the July meeting. But council's in there. I'll take that back to our team. So the Rangatahi submission came through facilitated dialogue with the community team. They'll take that back to the option to change the name subject to understanding the resolution.
So the other query I had, the various community groups have asked for increases in their funding. Now we've decided to increase the whole pool. So what do we answer to them? How do we respond to them? Did you listen? So the community groups that have asked for increases in their grants, like say for instance Wairau House have asked for 65 instead of 50. So we've agreed to increase the whole pool, and various other organisations have asked for increases as well. How do we respond to them for their submission now at the moment?
Because we've now got the partnership agreement, those have to be a contestable process where they'll ask you. So the service level agreement for the Wairau House as an example is different to the grants pool that they administer on your behalf. The grants pool of the 600,000 and whatever split you get to, maybe you haven't split yet. So the partnership agreement will come up in July.
Right.
Once you've dealt with that, then it sets out how much you're going to have available for distribution by those grant groups.
Yep, I get that. What are we going to respond to them now? They've asked for what they've asked for, so what is your answer to them? Right, so we don't say anything at the moment. Okay, well that's what I'm trying to say. Is that what you're going to tell them? That was my question.
Part of the application process was actually lobbying for the social service and whatever distribution agency. Those are two separate processes outside of the LTP. They've got fixed. What you're going to go back to them is these are the processes that need to be followed. We look forward to receiving your application for consideration.
Right. Excellent. Cheers. Yes, Kirsty behind the screen.
Mine's probably a little bit to do with that too. So mine was just querying the staff response to the Waikato River Trails. So in the staff response it says, due to the large sum of money required, the TEL fund may be the most appropriate avenue for this request. And I'm thinking, why is that in there? Yeah, so I was just thinking, does Ellen know that that's in there? Yeah, and I was thinking, okay, that's not for anything else. Okay.
Yeah, so they currently already have a service agreement.
That's what I would think.
So
yeah.
it'll become a partnership agreement.
Yeah, that would be part of that pool that we're talking about. I couldn't
That's
understand
right.
the
No,
response.
it's incorrect.
Right, and then, sorry.
Sorry, Barry.
Oh, I just had one more thing too. And I can't find it. Just as we're talking about it. But it was just in my notes from when we did the submissions. So the Taupo Winter Festival. So they had asked for funding, and I'm just wondering, should that come out of our events budget? Because it's an event, and like whether we need to increase the events budget but rather than a service agreement because it's an event, what shouldn't it come out of events? I just didn't see that. Yeah. So is that what we've agreed to? Oh. Yeah. And have we discussed that? Have we discussed that request? I don't think we have. Yeah, that's yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, whereas I think this one's different because it's an event. That's how I felt. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Rather than a partnership agreement.
Just while Kelly's looking at that, just through the chair, Dylan, with the Waikato River Trails, in the past they've had that service agreement with us, but they also double dipped into the Magakino Puakani grant, so they won't be able to do that, will they?
Councillor Hickman,
Madam Chair.
you've been waiting so patiently.
I'd just like to clarify, please, because we've set up a new group called the Kinloch Representative Group, and they have a long list of requirements. What if we actually allocated Kinloch perhaps in year 2 or year 3, like an extension of the I know we're doing a feasibility study on it, but I'd like to see some type of incentive that we are listening to what that community group is asking for. And I'm not sure whether we've only said we're doing an investigation into the hall expansion, or whether there's other money set aside in our budgets. So could we clarify that, please? We've suggested that we do some road improvements to the Kinloch on the road, haven't we? I think. Yeah, but that's like all infrastructure, isn't it? I just feel that.
So have we addressed that?
Well, I know that the glass is going to cost 30k.
So
there seems to be probably quite concerned that now the hall's not big enough for the community of what's happening out there. And I'm just making a point that we don't appear to have put anything in our 10-year plan at all, whether it's in year 2, 3, 4 or 5.
So do we need to do some investigation on that? Costs? How do we? Right.
Through the chair. Thank you. Councillor King is absolutely right. If you don't have your say now, you'll never, you don't get to say it a second time. So I just want to get back to the Paitiki shopping centre. We've put 100 grand in there, which is great, which is something we should be expected to do anyway. With the, I understand it will be towards the traffic calming and improving the corner. Although in the second stage, I will do accept that they have suggested $200,000 as mentioned the other day, an estimate, but to re-landscape, a bit of landscaping, and a feature tree or sculpture, which obviously that sculpture would come under probably under the Sculpture Trust. I was just thinking, given this, being like I mentioned, this sort of a fairly significant suburban shopping centre, and a very, very great, very, very good submission, obviously, but whether we should be perhaps including something as a placeholder, some, not perhaps that amount, but something just to show that we're working collaboratively. Because they have indicated they would be willing to they have invested, would be willing to invest in it. Whether you're putting something in there in year three, obviously we'll put it in year 2 and 3, the first stage that they've proposed. Whether we should, I would like to see some funds put in there. Oh, sorry, we put 200,000.
Yeah,
oh,
200
okay.
over 2 years.
Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't read that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Anything else?
No, so given, because we did just have that conversation just before with Gareth around the feasibility work that they had set aside for the Kinloch Hall, so we're just finding out exactly what that looks like. So it's only for feasibility work, nothing set in to actually do any physical work.
Suggested 200,000 as a placeholder. Are we comfortable with that? That'd be year 2 or 3, probably. With a feasibility study taking place year 1, is it, Kevin? Placeholder in year 2, if it's a partnership. Yeah, just whichever. Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There was another point on taking on from Councillor Hickling's comments about Kinloch. There was a request for us about the work to restoration work on the eastern foreshore. I didn't see a response to that one in our discussions either. Foreshore replenishment.
So there's a point that I think you were going to raise around the Lyland Drive, and Councillor Hickling brought that up yesterday. So the staff response around that was transportation team are currently looking at options for the pedestrian facilities, and I know that there's already been some conversations around that. So there is some work looking at that already underway. This is the foreshore. Yeah, I'll just grab that.
It's good, it's great. Really done.
So, sorry, in general for the foreshore erosion, this is one we have taken a strategic approach and look at everything around the lake. Yeah. And to be fair, the requirement in other areas is greater than what we've done. We do have an operational fund which can pay for some beach nourishment. If it got to the stage where some beach nourishment would be required. We haven't set aside anything particular.
But we have a operational fund.
We have an operational fund.
We do need to draft a response to that one. Sorry, I didn't understand.
Through the chair, was there ever any resolution regarding that with the marina development, there was some obligation from the marina to provide with.
No, so unfortunately, I was involved in the day. Unfortunately, what happened was that it wasn't linked. So when the marina got redeveloped, they also applied for a resource consent to do the beach replenishment. They did it around the wrong way and basically didn't get Tukutoa approval to do that, and so that pissed Tukutoa off, quite frankly. So they said, no, you're not going to do it on our land. But there was no requirement in the consent for the marina to do the replenishment, so it was out of their own heart. The two weren't linked.
And I think, Hadley, we've addressed all the other comments in the submission.
What about that glazing on the, what was it, the glazing?
The hall, we're just getting it, we're putting a placeholder figure in, aren't we?
Right.
You probably wouldn't do the glazing if you're going to rip it. Year 3. No. If you're going to do the extension in year 2 or 3,
It's all windows.
replace the windows and have to rip them out again.
Okay, yes.
Just through the chair, with the trade sport strategy sort of being brought forward and some more money allowed, is that enough for implementation of the strategy as well? So do we need to have funds for that
Problem is you
in the
don't know
LTP,
what-
or we don't know what we
don't know what it is.
Okay.
And again, we're in a fortunate situation. You've got another long-term plan amendment probably next year, so you could add some stuff in there if you need to.
I'm going to fight total.
Right, where are we at? Oh, hello.
Just for the Winterfest, so we've just sought clarity from Stevie Giles. It's an additional $30,000 that Winterfest is seeking. So, and they will not meet criteria in your policy, so it can't be a partnership agreement. So it would be $30,000 per year for 3 years into Steve's pot, not partnership agreements, if you so supported.
This is additional, so we already do it.
What did they need it for? Just to
It was
carry
an
on.
operational grant for just their general operations.
Yeah, I think they were struggling to make it
Yeah.
work. Is that right?
How do we feel about that?
Winterfest has always been done on a bit of a shoestring budget, and people would love that. You know, like from the previous history of the previous arts festival and all that sort of thing, cost us a lot of money. So I don't know.
What are you saying? You don't? Or how do you feel about it?
I'd be if Steve. I'd be happy to increase Steve's budget by 5k to take it up to 30k all up, but I don't know what the cost of these running is.
Just through the chair, is there not another way around it? Is there something we can do around venue costs, or
That was one of the items that they raised in their submission, was the $8,000 it costs to hire the venue.
Yeah.
That could be a consideration.
Like your pools, it's all a cost though. Yeah, without speaking specifically to this, whether or not you're giving $8,000 or you're not getting $8,000 for income, that's the same.
What number was the that submission?
Let it go.
Having said that, we want to make sure it continues and successful.
Yeah, it depends what you want from it. Like, it might have been done on a shoestring, but it's nothing compared with what it can be. And I know that they've had those discussions. They want it to be a whole lot more than it currently is. I don't know what the submission's looking for because I haven't seen it.
They're looking for $30,000 per annum for 3 years.
Yeah, but
For operational costs, because they're having trouble.
Bear in mind, it's also heavily sponsored, isn't it, by corporates?
through the chair, a ton of free activities and community engagement?
Which is what they were saying. They don't want to have to start charging for a lot of these things.
Effectively, sponsors are underwriters, aren't they? Carry the cost, so whether they send as exempt the cost or whether the council underwrites it to a certain amount. I don't know, come out of operational budget, rather than sort of put them
just the, so the events budget is providing 25 at the moment.
Previously it was 20, this year it's been increased to 35 to 25.
Yes.
But on top of that, they're seeking the 30,000.
It's doubling the budget.
It's on page 1781, submitter 209.
17.
Yeah.
A large chunk of their expenses are the community programs that they offer.
Put it this for the first year. I'm not suggesting, I mean, it's necessarily a target for them to see how they get on with the first year, next year.
Well, we
Make an
lifted,
amendment
we
for
lifted
the
a
end
certain amount.
Sorry.
I mean, it is on behalf of the community, isn't it? That's the thing.
Well, yes and no.
Like a lot of cook children go to a lot of the light trails and the other various things that are free, so...
But that's how they choose to spend their line up and what they offer. So.
What is everyone else's thoughts?
Well, I think it, you know,
We don't want it to not continue, do we?
It is a great event. It could become an iconic one if you have the funds to attract major people here, you know, etc., etc.
Dylan, can I just clarify the request, because you're saying 30,000 per annum for 3 years, but when you read the submission, they talk about a shortfall of 10k per annum. So are they asking for 30 all up over 3 years, or 10? Yeah, because I don't read it like that.
Yeah, I read it.
You want another 10?
20 is going up another 5,000, 25,000, but they'd like 30,000 per annum to operate.
Yes, they're not asking us for 30.
So it's only an extra 5.
So it's like an extra 5.
Yeah.
So
I'm happy with that.
We clarify that. We've sought comment from Steve Giles, and he said $30,000 additional dollars on top of 25.
So it's not
For
not really
3 years
submission
or one, or per year?
So that's different than what the submission.
Different to their submission.
Yeah.
The submission doesn't say that.
Because it says we will be 10% of the total CAPEX budget.
Yeah, and which one's the?
Just let it ring.
Good idea.
Yeah. Any other
Just,
queries?
just as looking at it, in the first, it says that they are going to become self-sufficient. That's the, oh no, that's what the council start. I was thinking if they need to become self-sufficient from council, not from their sponsors, so something in the first year and then a little bit less in the next and the next, so that it gives them just something to work with.
They're only asking for another 5. Yeah.
So, sorry, I'm just looking at their full submission. So they state, we would be grateful of any direct financial support and respectfully request an annual operating grant of $30,000 per annum for the next 3 years, which would be 10% of our total OPEX budget.
So they're already getting 25.
So they're only asking for another 5? 30. Okay.
They don't make it clear in their submission. That's all is the full submission.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to take it up.
Now, Tina,
25 to 30.
you said that the Winter Festival didn't qualify as part of the partnership agreements, but under arts, if they were claiming for support for a community event that was in the arts area, like they already have through Creative Topol for the Chinese Wall, aren't they getting? They're almost double dipping already. Can't we just, can't they go under the partnership agreement for a community event?
But that's like a lot of the events. They different organisations for a grant. Keep in mind that the arts grant is only 20,000 anyway.
Right.
I think you still leave it in Steve's domain. You don't do a separate thing. You increase his budget to number 5. Yeah.
Okay, Dylan, do you have a...
So currently they receive $20,000 from Steve. Part of that $20,000 is then paid back to council to cover the meeting costs, and they get $12,000 that's paid over should they meet all their criteria. The application for $30,000 per annum for 3 years is to employ a coordinator for the winter festival. So it's an operational expense, but it is for a staff.
No, it's for them to employ someone.
We just for Councillor Christine's benefit, we used to have an iconic event, but like it was hundreds of thousands of dollars each year, or each 2 years, I think it was. Yeah, it was 2 years. So we've sort of moved on from that. Public accepted the sort of smaller scale event, free stuff for kids, and no one's actually getting paid too much, if you know what I mean. So it's got a good perception out there, and that's why people get it. So I'd be inclined to say increase it.
30.
Yeah.
All up.
Yes.
Instead of 25?
Via through the events team though.
Yeah.
Could we not increase it by the amount of fees they have to pay for Great Lakes Centre, like $8,000?
Yeah, that's probably a good way of doing it.
Just so that then,
rate though they get.
as a community, they're getting it as a community rate. So, just a thought. Then at least we're not.
So through you, Madam Chair, we're just talking through whether there's a suitability to apply for a partnership agreement with council for your consideration outside of this process, so you could still deal with the submission, which was the costs of the hall, which is what you're talking about, but the application for 30,000 could come through a partnership agreement.
Out of a big pot. So they will clean up the increase.
And so my worry about that is that we'll end up getting all the events coming to us trying to do partnership agreements. That was why I first of all said I'd rather that kept in events and separate, so that partnership agreements are only for social and arts and other things, not events.
Yeah, but it is an art event, a lot of the work they do. So that's part of the criteria.
Good point.
Your consideration of the partnership agreement in that regard would be around the community good. The free events that are provided, that level of conversation, as opposed to events that being an event is what's free, what's provided for the good of the community.
Yeah, let's face it, the reason we're having this discussion is about a lot of the support for the community. Yeah, I'm happy
25
with
plus
Barry's.
8.
Yeah.
And through the events team though. All paperwork.
Yes, Tom?
Oh, just clarifying something. So their submission was about the 30, and currently in their submission. So you were saying it was around a coordinator. So I wasn't so sure on this, but are we in a position of supporting wages and salaries around that arrangement? Because that's what provides for. Okay, yeah, sorry, I just didn't clear.
We're not giving them that 30k.
No.
We're saying we will give them the facilities that don't
Yeah,
charge.
yeah.
So we're giving them an extra K.
We're giving them an extra.
On the state.
So we agreed on that?
Yeah.
So we let them know.
So Steve's given them 25 now, so there's no change to his, his direction. An extra 8.
You're giving them back the 8,000.
Yeah.
So that they have their current amounts.
He gives them 20, doesn't he? 25?
20, it's an increase in this year to 25.
So whatever it is, it's the venue hire.
Plus the 8.
Yeah, venue hire for free.
Plus venue.
Right. Okay. Any further?
Their application for a partnership agreement.
For consideration.
That's, yeah.
Effective 13,000.
Okay, any further
Increase of 5 plus the 8.
discussions?
Paying for haulage.
Actually, what did we just mention before, Anna, about the youth hub? Did we?
Missions in here that talk to them about what would the work that was scoped and what it would cost and the two preferred sites, but that's all it says. Costing $450, of which 50% to be sourced through external partnership grants. But that's all the staff response says. But did I get it right before that the actual concept's been taken out of the LTP altogether? Yeah, I would like it back in, please. I'm not sure, I'm not saying in the next couple of years, but I think it's quite important, isn't it?
Would
Year 3.
Councillor Park, would this be a candidate for the TEL fund?
Well, if we've indicated it's a high priority project, then shouldn't it be back in?
Yes.
But it may be a case of how you set up the governance for that youth hub, because that may then allow you to attract funding from different avenues, of which we may be able to make a contribution through the TEL fund.
Yeah, and I just think on the back of Anamata Cafe and their board, what they came and submitted on was really worthy, and I think that we do owe it to our community to have a look at it.
Right. Yeah, and I do too. So, yes. Can we have it in 3 or not? Right.
Sorry, just seeking clarification on the $8,000. That was an increase of $8,000 to Steve's budget, to the event's budget. Yeah.
Yes.
One more question on that point is, now that if you're considering the $30,000 request as part of the partnership agreement as your pot at a suitable level, yes?
I'm not hearing them say that. I'm hearing them say that they're doing $8,000, and then it's up to them what they do in the future. But I'm hearing concern about it anyway. Sorry. It's just sticking to that $8,000. Currently doing plus the 8,000, forget about the partnership agreement stuff.
Dylan's asking, would they still apply?
Anybody can apply.
They can still apply.
There's no guarantee.
They're welcome to apply.
Just like anybody else.
Is it Steve that goes up by 8 or is it the Great Lakes that goes up by 8?
Steve goes up by 8. Got to keep it transparent. Steve has existing measures in place for that.
Right. Okay. Where are we at now?
So I suppose there's any further points councillors want to raise from the submissions they've received. If not, we can adjourn and bring you back a whole lot of resolutions. Probably, I'd say, give us 15 minutes to 20 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Because yeah, the response was that it was just noted by staff. If councillors want to fund a defibrillator.
Sometimes they're sponsored, aren't they, by corporates?
So we can include that in the response, that it might be something that a corporate sponsor might want to do, not council. Yep.
Or they could apply to our grants, our Mangakino Pakani grants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Good point.
Right. Okay. We'll adjourn for 15 odd minutes.
Yeah, we'll just get these. We're at about 25 resolutions at the moment, so we'll just get those correct, correctly worded.
Sorry, I just got one more thing too.
Yes.
Sorry,
Councillor Truman.
Sorry, I can't find this either. But was it anything to do with the upgrading of the skate park, the Topol skate park, like the actual?
Yeah,
there was.
we did talk about
we
that
did talk
yesterday.
about it.
Yep. Yep. And the recent changes are still quite recent, and sufficient, essentially. Yeah.
Anything else? Last call. Last call for orders. come back shortly. Thank you.
Okay, number 2, add 200k in year 4 to the water upgrades in Whakamaru.
Do we want to be specific and say the ring main at Forestry Road? Do we need to be that specific? Would like to be that specific.
Yeah, it's a rising main. No, what was it? No.
I think it's a ring loop.
Ring loop.
Ring main. Yep.
Okay.
Ring main on
Forestry Road.
Forest View Road, 2 words. Yep.
Okay, you moving that, Kirsty?
Yes.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Kingy. Right, number 3. Oh, sorry, all those in favour?
Right.
3, add 50k, making total 450k per annum from years 2 to 10 for seal extensions. Okay, so increasing that 50.
Sorry, just through the chair, we were going to just have a discussion too about the impact on the overall rates increases for these. So if we've passed all of these and we're not happy with the rate increase, can we just have that discussion?
Did you not get that this morning?
We did, but we've added and moved around.
Yes, sorry about that.
Awesome.
3.4 and our financial strategy is 3.5.
Okay, so we're within our financial
Awesome.
Alright, we just need to clarify that before we go with the...
Okay. Yeah. All right. Who's moving the rural road? Oh. Moved by Councillor Coulter. Seconded by Councillor Park. Right. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against. Number 4, add 20k in year 1 to the shade sales in the Mori Kuratau. Councillor Stewart.
Sorry,
seconded by Councillor
just through the
King.
chair, can I just clarify that for a second? That's 10k each, isn't it? So it's to share,
So
or
it's
20k
20K for us,
each?
10K for them.
Oh, not 2. Okay.
Yep, you already have. Yep, seconded by Councillor King. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Number 5, increase the grants and partnerships pool to 600k. That's the overall thing. Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. Against. Number 6, local children 5 and under free. Ooh, who put that up? And proposed increases reversed. Approximately 70k per annum for children under 5 being free.
Maybe, sorry, just picked up that second part in the brackets, says under 5. I think that should be 5 and under also.
5, okay. Sure. Okay, do I have a mover for this one? Well, why don't we just do it properly? Do I have a mover? Yeah, to be able to talk about it. I'm happy to move it. You happy to second it? Yep, okay. So who would like to speak against the resolution? Councillor Park.
Okay, this is a tough one. I have been given the responsibilities of sports and recreation and youth by His Worship, but we went out about increases to fees at the pools, and we got a strong mandate back that was not agreeable. Therefore, I support staying at status quo, but I would like a locals card to be looked at so that perhaps we can have a ratepayer resident rate and an out of town sort of rate. I just think taking 70,000 out of a revenue stream means that it's still being paid for in the general rates. So people might not pay it at the counter with children 5 and under, but they're still going to be paying it in their rates bill. So to me, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, anyone else want to speak against?
Look, and I would speak in support of Councillor Park's discussion, noting that we did talk about rate increases and now we're going for free. So I would vote against this, but I'm keen on a locals card as well.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, through the chair, I will support the previous 2 speakers. having gone out with the actual increases, now we're just reversing it. And the biggest reaction was the increases. We're going to stay with the status quo. I think that'd probably still be fair.
Okay. Councillor Rankin?
I think that the locals card would have a bigger impact than the under fives. That's the thing about that appeals to me. I think it would have a much bigger impact for families. And I keep thinking back to Turangi and the submissions from there. And I think it would be a benefit to them.
Cool. Anyone else want to speak?
I would support free pool entry for under 5 children, Your Worship. I'd also like us to look at a family sort of card or something for locals, but I'd certainly support the free under 5s.
Okay, cool. So I didn't ask, does anyone else want to speak against the resolution? You've had one go. Yep.
Oh, when have I ever just said one thing? The other thing is, if we're going to, there was a consensus that a locals card was going to be looked at, I'd really like you to consider that staying status quo in the interim is probably a better thing to do than making it free and then if you put in a locals card, what does that then look like? Because if you then say, well, actually the local rate will be under 5s will be, you're going to have a far bigger outcry from our communities in that change than you would status quo and then perhaps giving them a better rate with a locals card.
And in further support of that, we need to understand, what the implications are of the pool usage on a locals card. Are we going to get increased attendance? How's it all going to work? I mean, part of this is to get our children in the water and practicing their water skills. Is this actually the best answer?
Right. So, anyone else want to speak for the resolution before I put it to a vote? Sorry. Oh, Alan, sorry.
Through the chair, we have quite a bit of work to do on the fees and charges schedule for the AC baths going forward, because what we will need to do is increase the cost for visitors if we are reducing the cost for locals, because there's a level of funding that's required to be met by fees and charges versus rates. So it's not something that can just happen overnight. So but we can do it separate to a annual plan process if necessary.
Yep. Councillor King.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, I mean, in the submissions, we had a submission in Turangi about this very thing, about our kids accessing our facilities. I think I'm certainly supportive of the current view, but I take notice of what my fellow councillors are saying around perhaps that impact, who is the target group that we want, but also importantly, what does it look like if we start to, broaden it out to another group. So I'm certainly in favour of whatever we need to do to have a good look at that, but see where we can make it all work. Now, if that means that we have to park this to support that, then that's the way I'll move. But if there's no support for that family bigger group thing, then I'll support this.
Okay, all right.
I would like to.
Yep. So you. Yeah.
I definitely support this, but I also would like to have seen in there that we would also, while this was happening now, we would also look at a locals card, because I do feel that the children between 16 and 5 are the ones that need to be in the water as well. So I think as for the under 5s, yes, get them their confidence before they actually have to go and learn how to swim at school, and then for the other children who are having their lessons at school, give them some way they can get to the pools to actually practice what they're learning. So I would support this plus a locals card.
Cool.
Sorry, can I just interrupt there just to make a minor wording change to the resolution? Rather than having the proposed increases reversed, make that the proposed increases not be introduced.
Yep. Councillor Truman?
Yeah, no, I would agree with what Maggie said, and definitely look at locals card, because we have talked about that for numerous LTPs. So I'd like to see that put in action. If
Okay,
that can be
so
added. I don't
as-
know. Like if that
as
can be
the-
added to that one, or if it has to be a separate one.
As the original mover, I'd like to suggest a amendment to put the locals card be investigated in there. But and just supporting the, you know, we live around the largest massive iconic freshwater in New Zealand, and I think we need to show the way and lead the district to say, let's have our kids being exposed to water in early age, and the submission from Tururangi was the one that really got me going. The submitter said that kids were not going to those local pools there because of the charge, and that really upsets me. So I think for the minor cost it's going to cost, I think as a district we can lead the way on this, and hopefully it'll gather a bit of momentum, and it'll be expose a lot more people to our municipal facilities than what was previously thought of. So I'd like to suggest amendment with the locals card be attached, and just if I yeah, investigate what is it? Yes, a locals discounts or card.
If it were a card, it might not be a card, we don't know.
Yeah.
Investigation needs to do, so it's about cheaper for locals, right?
Okay. Through the chair, could I make a comment through the chair? If we indeed, I agree with that. Yeah, it's a great idea to investigate the wider scale of local discounts to be considered for the next annual plan. Wouldn't that would have some impact on the cost or whatever for local children under 5s or any age group to come? So why are we putting in the local children in the free pools now? Why don't we wait for the investigation?
That's your view. That's your view. So yeah. So Councillor Stewart is the second. Okay. All right. Well, I'll put the resolution with the amendment that we investigate the locals discounts.
Are we allowed to speak to the amended resolution?
I don't see why not.
Thank
Yep.
you, Your Worship. Okay, yes, fantastic. I feel like with the locals discount in there, that's great. But as Mr. Menhenant has just alluded to, would have to meet a certain amount in monies for fees and charges, and what our visitors versus locals might pay. So I just struggle with you taking $70,000 out of fees and charges now, which is then going to have an impact on the fees and charges amount for locals versus visitors next year. So if we just leave status quo, we've got that amount of income coming in, then the fees and charges structure, or how that local visitor might level up. But if you take 70k out now, you're already disadvantaging what a locals card might be able to achieve.
Okay, I'll put the.
Oh yeah.
Did you want to have another crack?
I was just going to reply to Anna.
Okay. So I'll put the suggested resolution, amended resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands, please. 1, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 5. Good. So what do I do? Am I there? Have I cast it?
Yeah, so Shani / Tino is usually the chair.
So we've got
it's normally in the way of status quo. It's normally status quo. Yeah. I just check the standing orders, but
I'll just seek some advice.
just
Just
gotta finish this.
see what.
Pretty sure that's right. straight cast.
So that's me.
So it's up to you.
Yep. So I will. So I will use my casting vote in this situation, and so I will go with the recommendation on the wall. So the motion is carried. Thank you. All right.
Point of order, Your Worship. There's 10 of us around the table. How can you have a casting vote if it was 5-5? I don't get it.
So standing orders is that if there's a deadlock situation, then the chair has a casting vote. The new standing orders is that it used to be that you had to go with what the status quo was. The new standing orders, the model standing orders, is that the chair has a casting vote. Full stop.
Okay. So number 7, include a fee waiver in the fees and charges schedule for dogs registered with Canine Friends Pet Therapy. Topo. Everyone happy with that one? Yep. So moved by Councillor Rankin.
Sorry.
Seconded by Councillor Jollins. Yeah. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. Number 8. Is add 40k in year 1 to increase to funding to EGLT, increasing. Where's it gone now? Yes.
That there was 20k that was tagged to the TTCB in conjunction with EGLT. That part's missing from that resolution. Well, that was my understanding.
Yeah.
Just got the change going up there now.
Be used specifically for implementation of the TEDS, TEDS.
Alright, so number 8 there.
Sorry, Your Worship. I think we need to say in conjunction with TTCB. That was my understanding. It was in conjunction with the board.
Moved? Okay. Well, so moved by Councillor Rankin, seconded by Councillor Harvey, correct? Yep. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. 9. Add 100k in year 2 and add 100k in year 3, making total 200k for Paitiki Suburban Shopping Centre. Johnny's champion at the bit. Yeah. Were you? Moved by Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Jollins. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. Number 10. Add 100k in year 3 for a sculpture, location to be determined. Right? Yeah. Alright, did I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Rankin. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. Number 11, add 13k with defibrillator, no, in year 1, for a basket swing at Ngatea Murray. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Truman. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. Item 12, increase the number of mows on Wairaki Drive and Lake Terrace from roundabouts and State Highway 1 back to the town boundary to 12. Moved by Councillor Jollins, seconded by Councillor Hickling, the gardener. Good man, Barry. Yes, certainly.
Well, goodness, I'm going to second it. So what we're just saying there, currently mows per year at 4,500. We're not saying what the 12 will currently cost us, are we?
It's just.
Oh, okay. Because the 10 is still out. Yeah. Okay. So it will be more than that, obviously. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay, moved by Councillor, who was it? Moved it, Jollins? Seconded by Councillor Hickling. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. Add 100k, number 13, add 100k in year 1 for Mangakino open space upgrades.
So, sorry, just on that point, I don't know if you want some clarity around specific, because we consulted in the consultation document, it's called open space upgrades, but I don't know if you want something specifically in the resolution to identify exactly what that project is. Change, as in changing facilities in brackets or something.
Right. Yep.
We've got to put that in there in the consultation. But
Changing facilities. Do we name the location or? No, sorry. Okay, so moved by Councillor Truman, seconded by Councillor King. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against. Item number 14. Bring 37k forward from year 4 to year 2 for Bright Street Playground Basketball Court. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Williamson. Those in favour, please say aye. Number 15, add 180k in year 1 to resurface the Topol Velodrome. Cool. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour, please say aye. Is number 16, add 400k in year 1 for master planning and business case for the Cultural Precinct project. Correct. Moved by Councillor Rankin, seconded by Councillor Johns. All those in favour? Aye. Okay. 17, add 500k in year 2 for new public toilets in Turingi. Jeez. Is there anyone like to talk against this? No. No. That was a joke. Do I have a mover, please? Maggie. Oh, sorry, Maggie. Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Kingy. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. 18. Add 30k in year 1 for play equipment at Turingi Aquatic Centre. Move. Councillor Harvey, yep. All those in favour, please say aye. Against. 19. Move the 125k in year 1 for bridge investigation to year 2 and increase to 200k.
Just a second, can I just seek a point of clarification? I thought we were speeding this up, but that seems to be pushing it back. Sure, but just to clarify, when we looked at our original plan and consultation, we had the transport strategy and the bridge investigation happening in year 1 already, so why have we pushed the bridge out to year 2? I mean, I understand about the need for strategy, but we'd already said we were going to do that. Can we not speed this one up? I think there's a sense of urgency.
Appreciate the sense of urgency. The issue is the amount of work that's required and the resourcing we've got to achieve that transport strategy.
But we're giving you extra money to help make that happen?
And also to stay within our financial strategy.
Yeah, I see this as a priority. I would agree if we can.
Through the chair, I guess I suppose with the transport strategy will be impacted by the decision made with Norman Smith. We're part of it going forward. So, how that works, etc. But obviously, sooner the better. The strategy.
By the time we do that strategy, it'll be around to year 2 anyway, won't it? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
yeah.
I guess the point of clarity I'm trying to say is we'd already indicated we had money in the budget for transport strategy and looking at the bridge, both in year 1. We've now given you more money for the transport strategy because we recognise it's important, but our bridge discussion is moved out a year. I would like to try and squeeze it all in. It's important, it's a priority. So we're giving you more money to help you do it. So is there any way we can do this best for the bit quicker?
So you're saying move in year 1. So you're going to what's
Through the chair, it's not practical for us to deliver that whole parcel of work in year 1. Yeah.
Through the chair, I'll move resolution 19. I think that, I mean, it's been explained to us quite well. One, we do need to get that transport strategy sorted. We are proceeding with Norman, doing some treatments with Norman Smith Street. Therefore, it makes logical sense to me that you would do the transport strategy, which is going to take 12 months, and then it follows on to the bridge work. So I'll move 19.
Okay, moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Stewart.
I'd just like to I mean, look, I'm delighted that we're doing the transport strategy because we need to make the right decision. I'm just a little bit disappointed that we're using this process. It just feels like we're slowing it down. So all I'm asking is, can we just make sure that if we find we're saving time, can we just try and concertina some of this in as soon as we can? It's a priority.
Right.
Your Worship, as I read 19, it's a continual process from year 1 through to year 2, with the transport number 20. That's all in year 1. So if you look at those two together, to my mind, we're doing some work on the bridge in year 1. We're doing the transport strategy in year 1, and we're continuing to follow up with the further detailed investigations into the bridge in year 2. That seems to be logical to do, doesn't it?
So what you're saying is that some of the work we've done concurrently, depending on staff time, etc.
Yeah.
And we're also doing a district plan.
Sorry?
We're also doing a district plan.
Yeah.
So moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Stewart. All those in favour, please say aye. It's against? Carried. Right. Add 200k in year 1 for a transport strategy. Same thing, yeah. Okay, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. 21, bring 571k forward from year 2 to year 1 for the hydroslide replacement of the AC bars. Have a mover, please, for that. Moved by Councillor Park, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Right, all those in favour, please say aye. Okay, 22, move 1.155 million from year 1 to year 2 for the private pools upgrade at AC bars.
Can I, just through the chair, can I seek clarification on that? Because I think we were decreasing the number of pools we were doing from 9 to 5 or whatever, so do we still need 1.155?
What we spoke about was that we didn't know that until you've done the scope, so we're going to leave that money in for now, but over the next 12 months you can figure out what you want, we'll get it costed.
Noting that this is CapEx but not operational.
So it's moved by Councillor Hickling, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. Right, 23. Add 200k in year 3 for Kinloch Hall redevelopment. Moved Councillor Hickling, seconded by Councillor Councillor Rankin. All those in favour, please say aye. Is against?
So
carried.
Sorry, through the chair, can we just have a couple of minutes? The team have just gone away to the back room. They just want to get something clarified in there for the removal of all the stuff that we're not doing for Northern Access to make sure it's right. Just to be tidy.
Yeah, I was just going to ask the question that we have got the traffic lights in year 1 for the.
So, just to clarify, Gareth, this will come back to us in a draft form, and then we've still got to adopt it.
So what will happen from here is that the head and team will do the changes. You'll then adopt it for audit, and then it will go off to audit, and then it will come back to you for adoption in the final version.
So. No, but you, some of you grumpy ones might be able to have a crack at it, but there won't be any changes.
So the points in these resolutions won't change, so you won't be able to rechange this unless you go through the revocation process, which is a different thing altogether in terms of numbers. So those are locked in stone.
Yeah.
It's about the future is about what the document looks like.
But you can still comment about it.
Yeah.
Oh, steady. 24. Add 8k to Topol Winter Festival, increase to events budget. right, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Have a mover. Thanks, Councillor Christine. Seconded by Councillor Stewart. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. 25, add 450k in year 3 for a Taupo Youth Hub.
Through the chair, this probably got good reasons for putting it in year 3. It's probably been discussed. But is there any reason why we can't bring it forward another year? Have we discussed it?
Yeah, well, the reason is Alan seemed looking at me. Year 3 is a lot more comfortable, correct? Yeah.
Let's not forget we've got a huge project happening called the Cultural Precinct, and part of that is how the community is going to use that space, and that will include youth too.
Moved by Councillor Parks, seconded by Councillor Williamson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right. We haven't missed anything, Shani? Oh.
Anyone else got any other resolutions? We can just make them. Are we? First time we've used those days orders since they've changed. So, it used to be that it would go with status quo, regardless of what the chair decided, but other new LGNZ standards.
So through the chair, based on how we started yesterday morning and the limitations that we had imposed upon ourselves, I think everyone's done rather well to end up within our financial strategy.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, in the consultation, sorry Tina, in the consultation document we just had bracket Wairaki Drive, so you could do that for consistency. So after Norman Smith Street, put backslash Wairaki Drive. Yeah.
Iwi.
So reluctantly, we understand. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, just one point of clarification. With the dog fees and the fees and charges, there's a bit of work that needs to happen now in terms of operational side of the business to get things ready for the 1st of July. Is there any indication, because obviously we'll bring them to you to adopt on the 29th of May, but is there any indication that you're looking for any changes to those? So just up there? Okay, so that means that we can, in terms of the dog fees, we can start to get that work underway and then just formally adopt them on the 29th. It is, and we had hoped to try and do them all today, but it will be the 29th. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, and so, yep, yeah. So where we've landed is 3.44, but near enough. So completely within the financial financial strategy, which is excellent work, and thank you so much. And to be honest, we've brought quite a few bit of stuff forward. We've taken a little bit of stuff back, but you know, it's pretty much business as usual with a bit extra. So well done, guys. And so thank you, councillors, and thanks all the staff that have put in the hard yards behind the scenes. So much appreciated.
Yes, just if I can reiterate that to the staff, these guys, well, we all, but these guys in particular, have spent hours and hours, and Hadley in particular, there's been a lot of late nights and whatnot, getting through those responses. You know, you guys see the tip of the iceberg. There's been a whole lot of